Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of A Legacy of Landscape Study. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much also to everyone who is streaming online. We had a really wonderful set of papers yesterday, really generative discussion, and I'm looking forward so much today to seeing how the papers link into each other and how we continue these conversations. Oh, I should say, I'm Sarah Mead Leonard. I'm a postdoc in research at the Yale Center for British Art. And on behalf of the Yale Center for British Art and Oak Spring Garden Foundation, just welcome and thank you. I will just run through a few housekeeping bits and then we will go straight into the panels. So just a reminder, I think everyone's seen the signs and read it, but there's no food or drink other than water here in Hastings Hall. So as we go through the day, we have built-in breaks that are long enough for you to go get a coffee, caffeinate, have a conversation, and come back. Just don't make us police you so that we can protect this beautiful space that the School of Architecture is letting us use. If you are joining us online, during the Q&As, we will be accepting questions. There will be an email up on the screen during the Q&As to send that into, and we will be monitoring the inbox. So please take part in the conversation. Send in your questions, send in your comments. And the entire symposium, as well as streaming, we are recording. It will be available on YouTube in the new year. So if you have to miss a panel, if you want to come back and think more about all of these wonderful ideas that we've been hearing, that will all be available later. With that said, could have put up my welcome slide. We will go straight into our first panel of the morning, chaired by Mark Mitchell, who is the Holcomb T. Green Curator of American Paintings and Sculpture at the Yale University Art Gallery. Mark.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce our 3 speakers and our first panel this morning, which is titled The Early 19th Century Landscape Garden, Inside and Out. Our first speaker is Anne Nellis Richter. She is adjunct faculty affiliated with the Smithsonian Institution Internship Semester Program at Smith College. She's co-editor with Dr. Morna O'Neill of Home Subjects, an online project highlighting recent scholarship on the display of art in the domestic interior, a topic about which she has published articles in a number of edited volumes and journals, including British Art Studies and 18th Century Studies. Her first book, The Gallery at Cleveland House, Displaying Art and Society in Late Georgian London, was published by Bloomsbury in 2024. Her paper today is From the Drawing Room Window, Framing the Early 19th Century Landscape. Our second speaker is Rebecca Trop. She is the Research and Events Convener at the Paul Mellon Center for Studies in British Art and an affiliated lecturer in History of Art at the University of Cambridge. She holds a PhD in History of Art from the University of Cambridge and a BA in the History and Theory of Architecture from Columbia University. Her research focuses on changing relationships between architecture and landscape in 18th and 19th century Britain and its global empire under the influence of the picturesque movement. Her work has been published in Studies in the History of Gardens and Designed Landscapes, the Georgian Group Journal, and Architectural History. Her topic today is Interacting with the Landscape, Fenestration in British Domestic Architecture at the Turn of the 19th Century. Our third speaker is Christiana Payne. She is Professor Emerita of History of Art at Oxford Brookes University. She's published widely on British art of the 18th and 19th centuries. Her books include Toil and Plenty, Images of the Agricultural Landscape in England, 1780 to 1890, Where the Sea Meets the Land, Artists on the Coast in 19th Century Britain, John Brett, Pre-Raphaelite Landscape Painter, and Silent Witnesses, Trees in British Art, 1760 to 1870. She's curated many exhibitions, most recently Pre-Raphaelites, Drawings and Watercolors at the Ashmolean, and Landscape and Imagination from Gardens to Land Art. She is currently working on 2 books, In the Shade of the Pine, Artists, Writers, and Trees in America, 1825 to 1875, and Samuel Palmer and Visionary Naturalism. Her topic today is Samuel Palmer's Trees, Landscape Gardening, Book Publishing, and Landscape Painting in the 1820s. Please join me now in welcoming Anne Richter.
Thank you, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. Thank you to Sarah for organizing this symposium and all the other people who are involved in making it happen. In 1818, print dealer and collector William Young Otley published a lavish 4-volume catalog raisonné documenting the collection held at Cleveland House, a 17th century townhouse situated in the heart of London's most prestigious neighborhood, adjacent to St. James's Palace. Its owner, George Gore, the Marquis of Stafford, had inherited the house and collection more than a decade prior. He renovated and expanded the existing house into a suite of more than a dozen rooms in order to accommodate the collection, which numbered nearly 300 pictures by sought-after European Old masters, including Titian, Poussin, and Raphael, and to provide for the admission of the public on Wednesday afternoons beginning in 1806. Unusually, Otley's catalog included a plan for each of the 13 rooms in the gallery, large and small, made by the project's lead engraver, Peltro William Tompkins. Tompkins' plans comprise one of the most thorough visual representations of any private interior in 19th century Britain. They are a rich source for understanding the decoration of an aristocratic townhouse, but also offer an opportunity for analysis of fundamental assumptions that underlay the meanings of the domestic interior, strategies for its representation, its relation to private and public life, and how those were inflected by contemporary attitudes about politics, culture, and art. In my recent book, I wrote about the gallery at Cleveland House and what these plans can tell us about the art gallery as a social and cultural phenomenon. The practical purpose of these plans, at least in theory, was to record the hanging and organization of the picture collection at Cleveland House. Yet they seem more interested in almost every other aspect of the interior: furniture, lighting, decorative objects, and, of course, the window and the landscape seen through it. Both engraver and colorist take great care to depict the large bow windows, the silk draperies that frame them, and perhaps most importantly of all, the landscape that lies beyond. Certainly, visitors understood that to fully experience the gallery's pleasures, looking out was as important as looking in. In 1812, French-American tourist Louis Simond visited the gallery, and in his memoir recalled only 2 things: a handful of the most prestigious paintings and the view. He wrote, "The green park over which the Marquis of Stafford's windows look is, quote, most delightfully fresh and luxuriant at this season of the year." Each plan visualizes the impulse that draws viewers into its miniature world, contemplating both the private interior and the world outside. So in my time today, I'd like to use the Cleveland House plans as a starting point to sketch some connections between the visual cultures of interior decoration and landscape design during the late Georgian period. These are subjects in which the collections of both the Yale Center for British Art and Oak Spring Garden Library are rich in source material. Even as more Britons were living in cities with every passing year, the notion that the ideal English dwelling was an essentially rural or countryside place was becoming deeply embedded in the public imagination. A range of media, including periodical literature, source books, and treatises on garden and interior design, found ways to promote the mutual interdependence of the domestic interior and the landscape, encouraging polite audiences to understand interior and exterior as intimately interconnected. By the late 18th century, the window itself as an architectural feature had become a topic of absorbing interest on the part of architects, as Rebecca Tropp will discuss shortly. In the case of a building designed to fulfill the function of both a dwelling and an art gallery, like Cleveland House, they were especially important since they admitted the natural light, which was still the best available method for illuminating pictures in the first quarter of the 19th century. The gallery's 2 largest rooms, the new and old galleries shown here, contained either minimal or no wall fenestration. Instead, they were lit by large rectangular skylights augmented by oil-burning chandeliers. On occasions that demanded even greater splendor, such as the many balls and assemblies held in the gallery late into the night, several hundred additional freestanding oil lamps filled the rooms, leading contemporaries to remark that the paintings appeared lit as brightly, quote, as if at noonday. The drawing room and the dining room, however, and I'm showing you a detail of the plan of the drawing room here, were part of Cleveland House's new addition, featuring bow windows that projected from the house's western facade adjacent to Green Park. These windows overlooked a private garden immediately next to the house at ground level, and beyond it, the park's expanse. Townhouses were often designed to capture views of adjacent landscape, and as Todd Longstaff-Gowan has observed, in this period it was the expansive view over large urban parks that was most desirable of all. Until 1820, when it was landscaped by John Nash, and these views were published in 1818, Green Park was a relatively wild space, bringing the effect of a rural idyll into the most elite neighborhood in the city. And during daylight hours, it was this view that greeted visitors. In 1818, the American ambassador to the court at St. James reported having taken coffee in this room one June evening after dinner. Quote, "We had music from the park into which the windows of the house look," he wrote. "Its notes were the softer from the stillness of that scene and the breeze of a charming summer night." Yet the very prominence of these windows in the visual field of the Cleveland House plans is something of an oddity. In most, they appear at the top of the plan, regardless of orientation to west, south, or east, prioritizing the window view and the landscape it frames. Plans like these were an idiosyncratic choice for depicting the interior of an art gallery in the first place. Typically, artists depicting galleries used single wall elevations, such as Maria Causeway's views of the interior of the Louvre at left, or perspectival views, like this engraving of the picture gallery at collector Thomas Hope's London house at right. Instead of opting for either of these more conventional choices, the Cleveland House plans use an unusual drawing technique consisting of an architectural plan in which 4 wall elevations are laid out or flattened radially around a blank central space read as the floor of the room. Architectural historian Laura Jacobus associated the development of this technique, which she called the laid-out interior drawing, with the rise of Palladianism, where it was used to particular advantage by architects like Isaac Ware and William Kent. Given how effective this technique could be for expressing the relationships between architecture, wall decorations, and movable furniture, it is unsurprising that architects and designers embraced laid-out interior drawing as an effective tool for marketing their services to potential customers. Thomas Sheraton's comprehensive catalog of drawings for furniture designs, The Cabinet Maker and Upholsterer's Drawing Book, the first edition of which appeared beginning in 1791, used this technique to situate furniture within elaborately designed interiors. Sheraton was followed by prominent fashionable furnishings manufacturer Gillow & Company and architects like Charles Heathcote Tatum, not coincidentally the architect of Cleveland House, in producing bespoke drawings to present designs complete with suites of furniture and other decorative objects, including paintings and windows and window curtains, as they would appear in finished rooms. Beyond its effectiveness as a tool to help clients envision proposed work, these drawings are particularly compelling because they make visible the shifts in cultural assumptions about domestic social life that underpin the decoration and organization of the early 19th century interior. They depict individual pieces of furniture positioned in the room as they would appear in daily use, sofas facing one another as if to invite conversation, tables conveniently placed within reach. The location of the windows is an important aspect of each drawing, and in both of these examples, curtains are specified and a client can visualize how the windows will relate to the interior as a whole. By the end of the 18th century, the style of furniture arrangement, which was often called a dérangé scheme, using a term borrowed from the French, had thoroughly displaced older models of organizing furniture. It deliberately conjured an air of informality, and its effect was to make rooms appear as if intimate social interaction could occur spontaneously at any moment. Architectural historian Robin Evans argued that the laid-out drawing permitted late 18th century designers to present each room with its own unique color scheme and decorative motif, and created an enfolding panorama of different rooms, each leading into the next for its occupants to explore. Evans called this a picturesque interior, adopting the vocabulary of landscape theory that was au courant in polite circles during the same period, especially following the publication of William Gilpin's essay on prints in 1768. The emphasis on informality that these designs assumed was just one of a network of responses to 18th century theories about human interaction with nature. As Anne Birmingham has written, the aesthetics of sensibility married an interest in the science and psychology of human vision with the development of empathy for other people, especially the lower classes, enabled by the prosperity of polite commercial society. Sensibility was a mode of being and social intercourse that promoted informal and sympathetic interpersonal relations that trends for decorating and organizing the domestic interior evolved to accommodate and encourage. Likewise, writers, artists, and garden designers embraced landscape as a potent vehicle for exploring human emotional states and relationships. The practitioner whose work probably best exemplified the connections between effective approaches to nature and their translation into gardens and landscapes was Humphry Repton. Repton came to prominence around 1790 as a sought-after landscape designer who worked with a range of moneyed patrons, from newly wealthy merchants and industrialists making their first forays into country living to the upper reaches of the aristocracy. Repton's Red Books were handmade books of proposed designs for the gardens of his well-heeled clients. Repton's signature technique was to use movable flaps affixed to his illustrations to allow the client to see the landscape both before and after improvement. Repton's work is particularly significant for our purposes because he placed great importance on how the landscape and garden would appear viewed from the windows of the house. Many Red Books, like the example of Vinters in Kent, shown here, included before and after images of the views from particular windows. And in Repton's estimation, the view from the drawing room window was generally the most important of all. At Vinters, Repton advised the thinning of trees in the middle distance to improve the view from the drawing room, writing that although he regretted to destroy the, quote, beautiful fringe of thorns, brushwood, and timber along the banks of this valley, he asserts that it is worth it for the rich effect that will result in the view from the drawing room window, which is shown in sketch 3. Drawing rooms were key spaces for socializing in the late 18th and early 19th century interior. Very grand houses usually included a variety of spaces for receiving guests and entertaining. But in many households, especially in London, where space was at a premium, the drawing room might be the only room with the express purpose of welcoming visitors. Its decoration, the disposition of pictures, and the layout of furniture within was a matter taken with utmost seriousness by anyone with pretensions to gentility. The view from the drawing room window could be understood as an index of a family's mastery of the social and interpersonal benefits that came from the regular appreciation of nature. It also, of course, depended upon their ability to command a view of an actual garden or landscape, no matter how large or small. The increased attention given to windows and their design and disposition in domestic architecture during this period naturally prompted upholsterers and designers to turn their attention to the decorative treatment of windows through the application of French rods, draped textiles, and blinds. The type of curtain depicted in both of the designs I'm showing you here, or what textile historian calls a drapery curtain. That is, a curtain made in two halves that draw to be parted and hang symmetrically on either side of the window, as illustrated in this design from Sheraton's cabinet maker at left. The drapery curtain became fashionable after the middle of the 18th century, and by its end had almost completely displaced the festoon style, seen at right, which consisted of a single piece of fabric drawn up to the top of the window frame where it bunched with a dramatic flourish. The drapery curtain instead opened from the center out, allowing the view outside to be unfolded panoramically before the occupant's gaze. By the first decade of the 19th century, the window curtain was coming into its own as a subject of focused attention from designers. In 1808, upholsterer to the Prince Regent, George Smith, published a collection of designs for household furniture and interior decoration. This collection included designs for a wide range of household objects, from beds to footstools to chandeliers, but began with 13 plates depicting designs for curtains for a range of different window types in a variety of styles. The examples I'm showing here are both of the type called continued drapery, where multiple windows are treated together, surmounted by a single rod, lending cohesion to the wall elevation. Smith's designs are amongst the first to regularly feature a landscape inserted into the window. Both of these examples feature extravagant, betasseled, symmetrical designs for curtains somewhat incongruously framing views that conjure the landscape of picturesque sensibility. Notably, both depict French windows which may well have opened to give the occupant direct access into the imaginary landscapes they depicted. The technique of inserting a landscape into the frame provided by the curtain design proliferated in literature that disseminated interior design amongst more general audiences. Less than a year after George Smith's collection appeared, the first issue of Rudolf Ackermann's Repository of Arts was published. Curtain designs were a regular feature in the repository, a monthly review of art and politics wrapped in a package of fashionable consumerism. This design, printed in April 1809, was attributed to Mr. Abraham Allen, an upholsterer who claimed the status of calico printer to the Prince Regent. It features two dramatic floor-to-ceiling windows surmounted by a French rod and decorative metalwork, featuring military symbols and theatrically draped with Allen's signature calico in brilliant scarlet. Of course, very few interiors in Britain, perhaps only the most extravagant country houses, would have boasted windows of this size, much less commanded the acreage necessary to permit such a view. For the vast majority of its readers, drawn from the upwardly mobile merchant and professional classes, the repository promoted an aspirational view of polite domestic life. They also promoted an upholsterer's work amongst a prospective clientele of the well-off and socially ambitious. Indeed, the text accompanying this design notes that the model for it can be seen at Allen's Pall Mall showroom, so the landscape that fills both windows may in fact refer to a painted backdrop that Allen used in the showroom to stage design for prospective customers. Most of the repository's readers were urban dwellers, making do with smaller windows and less promising views. During the same period, a range of decorative window treatments became fashionable, like the rare surviving example of a painted window blind from the collection of the V&A I'm showing you at left, or transparencies and transparent blinds, like the selection of designs reproduced in the Decorative Painter and Glazier's Guide at the right. The guide's author, Nathaniel Whittock, published a number of instruction manuals on similar topics. In addition to painted blinds, this book gives instructions for recreating a range of painted effects like imitation wood grain or marble and painting on glass. Whittock claimed that the design seen here at far right, depicting a tranquil, picturesque landscape through a delicate Gothic arbor, was particularly appropriate for drawing rooms. These designs, like the panoramic views of country estates that appeared in curtain designs, were often fanciful, but suggest that a landscape view through the drawing room window had become an accepted and even essential marker of polite taste. Certainly, the taste for picturesque landscape that Repton offered his elite patrons was likewise easily accessible to the same publics who eagerly sought out the latest fashion in interior decoration in Ackerman's repository. Repton's Red Books were one-off, bespoke objects made for clients, but his approach was widely disseminated thanks to his penchant for writing illustrated texts such as Sketches and Hints on Landscape Gardening in 1794, Observations on the Theory and Practice of Landscape Gardening in 1803, and Fragments on Landscape Gardening in 1816. Examples of Repton's work were also distributed in publications like Peacock's Polite Repository, a blank illustrated diary and gazetteer of notable dates like royal birthdays. The notion that genteel life went hand in hand with country living became pervasive during the first 2 decades of the 19th century and was likewise capitalized upon by the many architects who began producing books of designs for cottage ornée, villas, and other rural or suburban dwellings. There are many examples of this trend, but particularly notable was John Buonarroti Papworth's Rural Residences, which collected designs originally published in the Repository of Arts beginning in 1816. The text accompanying this design, the first in a long series, makes explicit the principle that for the private individual, to attain a country residence was the crowning achievement of polite society. Quote, while public bodies erect splendid edifices in our cities, Papworth asserted, the country scenery is converted by the taste of individuals into an extensive and embellished garden. Repton was preoccupied with using landscape to promote the domestic comfort of his clients and prioritized a sense of cheerfulness, to use his word, in the interiors of houses where he worked. He embraced the notion that the house and its interior were sites of sociability, organized and decorated according to the needs of occupants, not the other way around, as this frequently referenced image from Fragments on the Theory and Practice of Landscape Gardening suggests. If the interior could be designed and outfitted to support and encourage social life, so could the view from the window encourage the development of the attitudes of sensibility that were held as essential to domestic felicity. The George Smith design at left depicts cows resting near a small, irregular body of water, its banks shaded by trees and shrubbery in the manner Repton recommended. Likewise, an 1815 curtain design from the Repository of Arts on the right features a small lake or stream running through a landscape featuring flowering shrubs, conifers, and deciduous trees, which frame the view and distinguish foreground from middle ground and distance. Note that the irregularity inherent to picturesque design infuses the curtains themselves. Drapery is tied loosely with apparent casual disregard for symmetry, in alternating shades of blue and gold. The drapery on the right is transparent enough that the window mullions and a hint of sky appear through it, signifying the permeability of interior and exterior that the picturesque approach to decoration called for, and implying the centrality of landscape view as a core principle of English domesticity. The view from the drawing room window functions as visual shorthand for the practices of fashionable domestic life embraced during the late Georgian period. The picturesque social model, which flowed from the culture of sensibility, was intimately intertwined with, and to an extent derived from the notion that landscape and interior were mutually supporting spheres of life. Whatever the style of the exterior may be, Repton had written, the interior of a house should be adapted to the uses of the inhabitants, summarizing a century's worth of evolution in interior design. Whereas interiors had once been primarily calculated to impress upon visitors the status of their hosts and to direct the movement of the body through space, now the needs of the body and the exigencies of social life demanded that the interior accommodate them. Key to Repton's approach was the notion that gardens and landscapes were meant to be experienced. Often that experience meant encountering the landscape, looking through a window, framed by curtains, and in conversation with others. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And as everyone else has said, thank you, Sarah. And thank you, everyone who has helped to organize this and everyone who is here in person and online. Okay. Humphry Repton, who we've already been hearing about, renowned landscape gardener and theorist of the picturesque, observed, quote, "There is no subject connected with landscape gardening of more importance or less attended to than the window through which the landscape is seen." Despite Repton's exhortation, the importance of fenestration to landscape design at the turn of the 19th century has continued to receive relatively little acknowledgement or attention, beyond general observations that full-length windows provided less obstructed views and greater ease of movement between inside and outside. Probing those generalizations, this paper will analyze how the specific types of windows employed, whether hinged casements or sliding sashes, differing from one architect, one house, or even one room to another, permitted or encouraged various forms of engagement between house and landscape. The overall nature of that engagement will then be considered, at least briefly, in broader terms of the changing relationship between interior and exterior. The picturesque, arguably Britain's most distinctive contribution to global culture, became the country's dominant aesthetic in the later 18th and early 19th centuries. Initially conceived primarily as a way of seeing and describing landscape, it ultimately became a major influence on architecture, resulting in country houses that, rather than standing apart and overlooking formal gardens, were designed to be grounded, both physically and figuratively, within a visually curated but ostensibly natural landscape. And here I'm just showing a few examples by John Nash to give you a sense of the variety of houses of the period. Central to the picturesque in architecture was an increase in what one might term permeable boundaries, which can be said to exist whenever there is an aperture in an exterior wall of the house or occasionally in the roof, blurring the boundaries between inside and outside. These include windows, glazed doors and attached conservatories, as well as open loggias and verandas, some of which were seasonally glazed. The forms and functions of these various types of glazed openings took on a new significance when the principal floor was built at or near ground level, facilitating more direct interaction between house and gardens. At its most basic level, such a permeable boundary may allow for the admission of light, the exchange of air, the transmission of visual information, and/or the physical movement of bodies across a glazed or open aperture in the built fabric of a house. The first three are what Henty Lowe, an eminent windows historian, has grouped as the primary, quote, functional objectives of a window. I class these as forms of passive permeability, given that the receiving of light, air, or views can all occur whilst one remains within the house. The fourth function is what I term active permeability, the potential for physical movement from inside to outside, or vice versa. Repton argued that landscape gardeners must have competent knowledge of architecture and of the effect of buildings on the surrounding scenery, but his concern extended far beyond external surface treatment to more fundamental considerations of how a building fit within and interacted with its surroundings. He characterized the different kinds of fixed views one ought to consider in one's design, view proper, prospect, panorama, etc., and also laid out a hierarchy of viewpoints, so those from the house to the landscape, those from the landscape to the house, and those throughout the landscape itself. With tastes rapidly evolving, Repton noted how the change in materials, design, and placement of windows coincided with a growing importance of views from the house. In his 1803 Observations on the Theory and Practice of Landscape Gardening, he wrote that, quote, views from a window were of little consequence at a time when glass was hardly transparent, and in many of the ancient castles, the small lozenge panes were glazed with colored glass or painted with armorial bearings, which admitted light without any prospect. In his own time, however, with improvements in the size and quality of glass panes, the designing of framed views became of central importance.
Yes.
Along with other contemporaneous sources, including private journals, lectures, periodicals, and architectural pattern books, Repton noted the fashion for extending windows down to the ground, further emphasizing the possibility of being able to walk directly outdoors. Quote, "In treating the subject of windows," he suggested, "some notice may be taken of the modern improvement, borrowed from the French, of folding glass doors opening into a garden, by which the effect in a room is like that of a tent or marquee, and in summer delightful." Repton was evidently referring to what we would now call French windows or French doors, so full-length casement or side-hinged windows. But many full-length windows were instead sliding sashes, which use an internal pulley system with weights to slide up and down. Given the desire to engage more closely with the gardens outside one's home, and hence the growing fashion for full-length windows, a question then arises as to why one window type might have been chosen over another. Sash windows were more flexible than casements in terms of their ventilation properties, as they could be opened by varying degrees at top and or bottom, improving the circulation of air in buildings. During cold weather, this meant that the window could be opened at the top, avoiding direct drafts, as would be the case with an open casement window, where air could flow into the room around the window's full perimeter. Sash windows also provided more uninterrupted views, having a wide frame solely around the edge of the sash, as opposed to around the edge of both doors in a French window. And they were better able to support the weight of large sheets of plate glass, the highest quality of glass available, whereas casements were supported by hinges on only one side. Despite the benefits of the sash window, the casement window was found superior in other regards. Casement windows could be opened more fully, whereas in general only about half the area of a sash window could be open at a time, providing for maximum airflow between interior and exterior. Furthermore, although sash windows could be made full length such that one could walk through the opening, French windows enabled greater ease of movement between house and garden. Casement windows were also considered more historically accurate for Gothic buildings during the 19th century. Although various leading British architects began experimenting with French windows in the final 2 decades of the 18th century, many were skeptical of their use in place of sash windows, which remained the staple form of fenestration through the end of the 19th century. The concealed pulley system of sash windows made for an arguably neater appearance and greater ease of movement, but these came at a monetary cost, with sash windows being considerably more expensive than casement. Both types of windows went in and out of favor at different times and for a variety of reasons. Surviving drawings and extant buildings demonstrate the tensions between choosing one type of window over the other for any given building, or indeed for different rooms within the same house. Through analysis of this material, it becomes possible to hypothesize further as to what architect and patron were perhaps seeking experientially in their houses. As one particularly interesting case study, I'm going to focus on James Wyatt's Ashridge house, which fully embraced both passive and active permeability, and perhaps more significant for my purposes here, has a variety of surviving documentation, including changes to its fenestrations in the late 19th century, which readily invites analysis in terms of how its windows affected lived experience. James Wyatt embarked on Ashridge House in about 1807. Built in Hertfordshire for John William Egerton, the 7th Earl of Bridgewater, it would be the largest, and due to his sudden death in 1813, also the last of his Gothic houses. In the final design as executed, the main block of the house, with a tower at its center, is flanked to the west by the offices, and to the east by an angled wing containing private apartments, which is further extended by an orangery bent at a second angle. From end to end, the house extends about 1,000 feet, and the spire of the chapel originally reached a height of 142 feet. My focus here is on the central block of the house, which was essentially completed by the time of Wyatt's death, rather than the service wing to the west of the chapel, or the apartments and orangery to the east, which were completed later by Wyatt's nephew, Sir Geoffrey Wyattville. So specifically on the ground floor garden front, facing south and east, as that is where direct physical movement can most readily occur between interior and exterior. As a neo-Gothic building, one might expect that the house would utilize hinged casement windows throughout, as it largely does now. However, this was not the case when it was originally built. The ground floor openings of all but the anteroom on the south have been significantly altered, with the arched windows of the dining room and drawing room, crisscrossed with thin glazing bars, having been replaced with rectilinear, uninterrupted plate glass. The top 2/3 of each window is fixed, and the bottom third is a French window. The 11 openings of the conservatory were also later closed up and replaced with small rectangular windows. These changes to Ashridge's fenestration are fortuitously captured in a photograph circa 1869 to 72, which shows the south front partway through its window replacement. While previous scholarship has briefly noted the extensive alterations that extensive alterations were made later in the 19th century, the implications in terms of permeability have not been addressed. And without going into all the details of my investigation, I can summarize that the windows of the south-facing conservatory once matched those of the east-facing library, both originally having been casement-style French windows, whereas the windows of the dining room and drawing room match those that still exist in the anteroom between the two rooms, namely full-length sliding sashes. The question then arises as to why Wyatt chose to utilize two different types of full-length windows in these ground floor spaces, and therefore how those decisions reflected the differing usages intended or expected for each room. The French windows of the conservatory evidently would have allowed for the maximum amount of ventilation, perhaps necessary in the summer when the conservatory might otherwise become overheated and cause damage to any plants remaining indoors, as well as provided the greatest ease of movement from inside to outside. This is consistent with Repton's approval, quoted earlier, of, quote, folding glass doors opening into a garden, by which the effect in a room is like that of a tent or marquee, and in summer delightful. It is somewhat less clear why French windows would also have been chosen for the library, but one might expect that having the more unobstructed views obtainable with sash windows would not have been as important from that room, where one would generally have spent one's time reading, writing, or otherwise engaged in focused activities. At the same time, the French windows would have facilitated movement from the library out to its covered cloister, which in turn would have offered some protection from the direct draft of an open casement. For the drawing room, however, sash windows would appear a logical choice, as one would want the least obstructed views of the garden from that room, as Anne has talked about, along with the ability to vary the amount of ventilation in the space. Views were generally not considered as important in dining rooms, but Wyatt's adherence to symmetry would require that the dining room's windows match those of the drawing room. In the case of both those rooms and the anteroom between, the emphasis may have been more on maximizing light, views, and control over the amount of air penetrating the rooms, hence passive permeability, than on the ability to physically walk back and forth from inside to outside, as in the conservatory and library. One could, of course, still have moved between house and garden from the sash-windowed rooms, but it might be expected that the windows would simply have been left fully open during nice weather, whereas the French windows of the conservatory or library could be more easily opened and then closed after one passed through them, making them preferable for use in less favorable or simply more variable weather. The specific choices that Wyatt made for Ashridge are just one example of the relationship between windows themselves and their role in facilitating, framing, and mediating the interface between inside and outside, house and garden, people and landscape. Rather than pursuing other specific examples, however, I would like to pull back and consider a theoretical framework I have found useful as a more general way of understanding the changing relationship between house and garden during this period. In her 2013 book, The Gothic Screen, Jacqueline Young argued that screens broadly served three roles, acting as partition, as bridge, and as frame. Though her arguments were situated within a very different architectural context, specifically referring to Gothic choir screens in French and German cathedrals of the 13th and 14th centuries, I propose that this basic concept of the screen, with its three essential functions, might usefully be expanded and applied as a framework for understanding British country houses in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. A screen, broadly speaking, can at once serve to divide, mask, or obscure, partition, to link or connect, signaling the entrance to a new space, bridge, and to control or direct one's view, frame. Its significance to the time period of my research is that while screens of various sorts had long been utilized outdoors and independently within the interiors of buildings, the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries saw the rise of screens located at the point where those two zones met, in the liminal space between house and garden. while lowering the principal floor toward ground level entailed its own set of challenges. It also allowed for this closer engagement at the boundary between house and garden, a more permeable threshold, thus serving to dissolve distinctions between the two spheres. By embracing the liminal space in this way, British architects altered the very nature of the relationship between the built and, quote, natural environments. Straight rows of trees had long served as screens in continental gardens and were similarly used in British gardens. Formal elements generally decreased as the 18th century progressed and the so-called English garden developed, but the use of screens persisted as their roles in obscuring, bridging, and framing served to enhance picturesque elements of variety and surprise. In other external uses, architectural screens were used in front of prestigious buildings or formed the entrance to estates. The second half of the 18th century also saw many instances of architectural screens being used within country houses. Rows of columns or arched openings were used in or immediately preceding staircase halls. They served to divide one room from another or to visually parcel off one portion of a room from the rest. These screens created layered views through the house in a similar manner to how they were utilized within gardens. Given the pre-existing use of screens both outside and within buildings, the important new development of this period, under the influence of the picturesque, was the harnessing of the same idea at the interstice between those two realms. Rows of strong verticals to fracture a larger scene or space into smaller framed and alternatingly partially obscured views had been extolled and implemented on both sides of the Channel in the second half of the 18th century, including by Julien David Leroy in France. Whereas Leroy's descriptions were applied to either the exterior or the interior of a structure, however, Repton specifically suggested that a wider view outwards from a house might be divided into smaller vignettes through the addition of a portico or veranda, or through planting a row of young trees near the building, thereby bringing outside and inside into direct communication. With the increased use of large, full-length windows in the late 18th century, furthered by technological advances that allowed for larger panes of glass with narrower supports between, the outer wall of the building itself became a screen, fulfilling the three roles described earlier: to divide or partition, to connect or bridge, and to direct or frame. These effects were furthered in the closing years of the century by the proliferation of attached conservatories, which were essentially polite rooms of the house itself with minimal divisions between their windows. As noted by the French sociologist and philosopher Jean Baudrillard, quote, glass facilitates faster communication between inside and outside, while simultaneously being an invisible but material caesura. Given the increased amount of glazing in the exterior walls of houses of this period, how might these screens, permeable thresholds, or caesuras be interpreted? On the one hand, they brought the outdoors more fully into the house through the increased potential for air and light to enter the rooms, alongside the display and enjoyment of plants within an attached conservatory. At the same time, however, they also served as new and subtle ways through which humans could demonstrate their control over nature. This notion of control goes beyond the collecting of exotic plant species from all corners of the globe, and even the entirely fabricated and carefully composed character of natural, picturesque gardens. Rather, if the exterior wall of a room or attached conservatory was, in effect, merely another screen, similar to those which had long been placed between one area of a garden and another, or between one room and another, then architects during this period were implying that house and garden were essentially one and the same, that the two seemingly independent spheres were both part of man's continuous domain to be partitioned, bridged, and framed by a series of screens. Thank you.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're moving from inside to outside and right into the countryside. But I'm also going to talk about some of the books that would have been in these country house libraries. So I think all the subjects actually do go rather well together. I want to start, of course, by thanking Sarah and all the team who are behind this symposium, and also to express my gratitude to the staff of the Yale Center for British Art, past and present, alive and dead, for all that they've done for my career ever since 1994, when my first book, Toil and Plenty, was actually an exhibition at the Yale Center. And it's lovely to be back here 30 years later when some of the staff are still here, and everybody is just as kind and helpful as they always were then. So my tribute to them. Okay, so Samuel Palmer is generally regarded as a painter of the inner life, a follower of William Blake, for whom vision and imagination were more important than the literal transcribing of nature. He is often considered apart from the naturalistic landscape of the time that is epitomized in the work of John Constable. I don't want to deny the imaginative qualities of Palmer's art, and especially of the works he produced during his Shoreham period in the 1820s and 1830s. But I want to stress his engagement with one of the most important physical features of the landscape, that is with trees, and to examine the wider context in which this emerged. He produced wonderful drawings of trees. Here, alongside his self-portrait, is one of the best, a drawing in the Yale Center, of course. This was done in 1828, in a decade which saw widespread interest in trees amongst British landscape painters. John Linnell, Palmer's mentor, made studies of trees in Windsor Forest in 1815, and John Constable made the drawing on the right in his sketchbook in 1820. And there are also beautiful drawings by James Ward and Robert Hills in the centre, these two undated, but probably from the 1820s. Samuel Palmer was born in 1805 and mainly educated at home by his father, who was a bookseller. Unlike his older contemporaries, Turner and Constable, he didn't study at the Royal Academy schools. Instead, he had lessons from an obscure landscape painter, William Waite, and in 1822 he met the landscape painter John Linnell, who introduced him to his friend William Blake. Blake was mainly a figure painter, of course, and he depicted trees only occasionally. His trees are symbolic and expressive rather than naturalistic. Palmer became one of a group of young artists who revered Blake and tried to follow his principles, calling themselves the Ancients. Linnell also advised Palmer to study Dürer. In this woodcut, Dürer has paid particular attention to the textures of the tree trunks, and the leaves are separately outlined. From 1827 to 1834, Palmer lived in the village of Shoreham in Kent, where he produced very original landscapes. In his Shoreham work, buildings nestle amongst trees, which are presented as protective elements in the landscape. The trees are clearly differentiated from one another in their shape, leaves, and growth patterns. Palmer's Shoreham work was rarely exhibited or sold in his lifetime, but when it was shown in an exhibition after his death at the Victoria and Albert Museum in 1926, it was hailed as precociously modern. Scholars have said a lot about Palmer's literary inspiration in the sense of the written word, and about his purely artistic sources, but very little about illustrated books. And yet his father was a bookseller, so I think he would have had access to such volumes. Important books were being published in the late 18th and early 19th centuries that demonstrate a lively and comprehensive interest in trees, and these included books that had illustrations. Some of these books are in the collections of Oak Spring and some at the Yale Center for British Art. John Evelyn's Silver, originally written in the 17th century to encourage the planting of trees after the English Civil War, was published in an expanded new edition in 1776, and further editions followed. Planting for the Navy, with an emphasis on the oak trees as the raw material for the ships that defended the coast and expanded Britain's trade and empire, remained a preoccupation, but the commentary was also aimed at landowners redeveloping their estates. The book considers the beauty of trees and gives account of remarkable specimens. The next on the list, William Gilpin's remarks on forest scenery, taught readers how to appreciate the qualities of the different kinds of trees, especially the English forest trees, the oak, the ash, the elm, and the beech. And he also discussed remarkable trees, giving what could be described as their biographies. And in 1838, John Claudius Loudon published his Arboretum Britannicum, which contained 800 portraits of trees, shown at different stages of growth. It was published in 1838, but work for it began at least in 1830 and probably earlier. At the same time, illustrated books taught their readers how to draw trees. In a book published in 1815, Edward Kenyon called for specificity in artists' depictions of trees, writing that even in works of superior merit, it is but seldom that we see more than a representation of trees in general, without the pleasure of being able to name the particular kind of each. We think it necessary in painting to make the clearest distinction between a cow and a horse, while an ash and an elm are depicted under the same general scroll called a tree. There was also strong interest in trees in poetry, in the work, for example, of William Cowper and William Wordsworth. In the poems of the day, ancient trees spoke their minds or were revered as if in a revival of pagan tree worship. And so landscape gardening, patriotism, and poetic conceits all combined to create a cultural environment in which landowners, along with their families and their favourite artists, became connoisseurs of the different varieties of trees. They exercised this connoisseurship not only in planting, but also in drawing, which was of course regarded as a gentlemanly or ladylike accomplishment. In response to the amateur interest in drawing, many illustrated drawing manuals and sets of etchings that could be copied by students were produced in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and a surprisingly large number gave models for drawing the different varieties of trees. The best known is Alexander Cousin's book, The Shape, Skeleton and Foliage of 32 Species of Trees, published in 1771, but there was also Laporte's Characters of Trees in 1800, François Huet-Villiers' Rudiments and Characters of Trees in 1806, Louis Franch's Progressive Lessons tending to elucidate the characters of trees in 1813, and John Martin's Characters of Trees in 1817. Huet-Villiers' book was issued in 7 parts, each covering 5 species, so making 35 altogether. So it wasn't just a few trees they knew about a lot of different trees. And I had a very happy week once at the Yale Center studying their collection of drawing manuals, although for the Cousins I had to go to the Beinecke because they didn't have their own copy, and it was nice to have an excuse to go there as well. Most of these books had in their titles the word character. Obviously this means distinguishing characteristics that enabled the identification of species, but it is also a word that we apply to human personality. Put together with the fashion for biographies and portraits of trees, this implied that trees had a kind of personhood. 2 enterprising artists made sets of portraits of celebrated trees, which were collected into 2 large, handsome volumes, and these are folio size, they're really big. Jacob George Strutt's Silver Britannica and Henry William Burgess's Idodendron. These were both published in the 1820s, the prints being issued in parts before they were bound in a volume. And there are copies of these too in the Yale Center for British Art. Strutt was a friend of John Constable, and Constable was one of the subscribers to his book. Burgess was landscape painter to the king. In his book, Strutt included learned commentaries written by himself, giving the history and significance of each tree. On the left is Strutt's portrait of the beggar's oak, which he says is star-proof, a phrase first used by John Milton, and thus offers useful shelter to beggars. In an article in John Claudius Loudon's New Magazine for Natural History, published in 1829, Strutt proudly proclaimed that his sketches of trees had been, quote, acquired by diligent study in the living academies of nature, the groves and forests of our native country. And he was not alone in considering the drawing of trees to be a kind of anatomical study, an alternative to the life class in the Royal Academy schools. Most of Palmer's early sketchbooks were destroyed by his son, but one survived. It's now known as the 1824 sketchbook. From the start, it's clear that he regarded trees as an active, living presence in the landscape, similar to humans. He wrote on an early page, "Sometimes trees are seen as men. I saw one, a princess, walking stately with a majestic train." This followed a page, now lost, on which he drew no fewer than 23 kinds of trees, which I think must have been copied from one of the drawing manuals. It was in the 1926 exhibition, but it hasn't been seen since, although if anybody has seen it, please let me know. On this page, he studies 3 trees with contrasting shapes and leaves, a horse chestnut on the left, a Scots pine in the centre, and on the right a tree that is just coming into leaf, which I think is an elm. In the middle distance, there's a young ash tree. Oh, and can I point? Oh, well, anyway. He particularly liked these young ash trees, these saplings, I suppose they should call them. They appear in lots of his paintings. Palmer was obviously fascinated by the large palmate leaves of the coarse chestnut, and he's included them again, rather more successfully, on the right. Obviously had a bit of trouble drawing the leaves on the left. On this page, he's combining visual observation of actual trees with the inspiration of lines by 2 of his favourite writers, Milton and Shakespeare. The passage begins, "So exquisite is the glistering of stars through loopholes in the thick woven canopy of ancient elm trees." He refers, like Strutt, to Milton's description of the elm as star-proof, and says that the poet meant also to invoke the opposite, loopholes in shade through which the moon and stars could be glimpsed, Palmer continued to be fascinated by the effect of stars and the moon shining through trees. He made these drawings at Lambeth Palace, the residence of the Archbishop of Canterbury, which used to have lots of mature elm trees in its park, although, alas, they've all gone since Dutch elm disease. Here are two more examples of his fascination with the horse chestnut from the 1824 sketchbook. At the top, in a remarkable piece of observation, he makes notes on a drawing of young chestnuts in very early spring. Their tightly furled leaves looked, he writes, peculiar at a little distance, like horizontal pencil dashes. And I love this because it couldn't have been useful for any sort of painting that he was going to be doing, but it was just a very individual observation. And in the lower detail, he's making notes on contrast, and he writes, on walls grow the most dotty light things. What a contrast. And they may be near large clumps of chestnut trees, perhaps with leaves as long as a man's forearm. This is one of a set of 6 sepia landscapes that Palmer produced in 1825, now known as the Oxford sepias in the Ashmolean. Their style is self-consciously primitive. One thing the drawing manuals agreed on was that you must not show individual leaves, because these cannot be seen at a distance. But Dürer does this, and Palmer would have argued with Blake that everything is clearer and more detailed when seen with the spiritual eye. Palmer has adapted Dürer's methods to suit trees that he's actually seen in the English countryside: oak, ash, birch, and elm. He's also taken great pains to make his trees distinguishable from one another. Although even if we can't be absolutely sure what kind of trees they are not generic trees, but very specific ones. So it's very easy to identify the oak on the left, but some of the others on the right I'm not sure about. With this one's no problem because it's a horse chestnut, given pride of place in the sepia entitled The Skirts of the Wood, where it's the central feature in the composition. I'm just showing you a detail here. A shepherd is piping to his sheep, who have settled down to sleep under an ancient tree. Palmer has enthusiastically outlined each of its large leaves, which are exaggerated in size, so that they're actually quite a lot larger than the shepherd's forearm. The tree provides shelter for a bird's nest at the top, and a break in the trees on the left shows us a tiny cottage in the distance, details suggestive of family, domesticity, contentment, all sheltered under the tree, which again is a protective presence for human beings. In a painting of a year later, trees frame the scene like a Gothic arch, and there are characteristic and contrasting tree forms. Another one of those slender young ash trees in the centre, foreground, and a horse chestnut to the left at the top. And this time it has a single blossom, botanically incorrect, as the horse chestnut flowers in May, not in July when the wheat is ripe. The star shines through the tree on the right, as in his interpretation of the lines from Milton that he loved. Palmer's letters express an ecstatic pleasure in the beauties of the landscape around Shoreham, but he suffered agonies because he felt that he should really be painting scenes from the Bible with figures. John Linnell hoped to help him by commissioning studies of the local scenery from nature. He realized that this study from observation was what gave Palmer's work its strength. As a result of this commission, Palmer made drawings of the ancient oaks and beeches in Lullingstone Park near Shoreham in the autumn and winter of 1828. He was remarkably successful in giving them the appearance of vigorous growth and life. 3 of these drawings survive. This one's in pencil only. Then this one, he's added expressive flourishes in colour, picking out the green mosses on the trunk and hint of autumn colour in the distance. And this one is more detailed still, with the autumn colours now emphasised so that the wood seemed to be aflame. It might be thought that these drawings are rather fanciful, exaggerating or inventing the weird humanesque features of the trees, but the trees are still there, and it's clear that Palmer has drawn them very accurately, allowing for a few changes over the last 200 years. Beeches don't live as long as oak trees, but the shell of a dead beech on the left shows that Palmer was scrupulous in showing the relationship of the trees to each other as well. I think we found the original trees of this drawing too, but the park was so overgrown at this point that although we did take photographs, I don't think they would convince you. You really couldn't see the trees. But what I can say is that all the peculiarities in his tree drawings are what you can find in Lullingstone Park today on the different trees. There isn't anything there that he seems to have invented. Palmer obviously considered the exercise to be like drawing the human figure, the anatomical study that he'd lacked by not going to the Royal Academy schools. He wrote to Linnell that he was distracted by the surface textures, but knew that he should be trying to capture the anatomical details. And he writes, "The moss and rifts and barky furrows and the mouldering grey, though that adds majesty to the Lord of Forests, mostly catch the eye before the grasp and grapple of roots, the muscular belly and shoulders, the twisted sinews." In fact, he's managed to do both, to give an impression of the feel of the bark, and at the same time to convey the underlying structure of the tree. Now, there is no definite evidence that Palmer or Linnell knew either Strutt's Silva Britannica or Burgess's Idodendron, but the Yale drawing is strikingly similar in its composition to this plate from the Idodendron showing beech trees in Knoll Park, and both books were coming out in the 1820s, at first in parts and then in bound volumes. So they might well have seen them. In any case, they show a really strong interest in ancient trees at the time. Tim Wilcox has pointed out that Linnell was very interested in trees in the years of Palmer's most important tree drawings. It was probably his suggestion that they should go to Luddingston Park in the first place. Linnell planted fruit trees in his garden in Bayswater in November and made a special excursion to acquire a mulberry tree. His journal entries show that he was spending a lot of time gardening in 1828, 1829 and 1830. Linnell had moved to a house in Portchester Terrace, Bayswater, in April 1828, and he could hardly have failed to notice the large double house at the end of what was then a short street, that of the landscape gardener and horticultural writer John Claudius Loudon. Linnell painted this very sympathetic portrait of Loudon in 1840, but it seems very likely that he would have been familiar with Loudon's ideas long before that. Loudon was a workaholic and a progressive thinker, two characteristics that would have drawn Linnell to him. He believed in parliamentary reform, free trade, universal education, fair wages and good living conditions for gardeners and other working people, and expressed his views fairly freely in print. Loudon came to London from Scotland in 1803 and immediately noticed that the trees in London squares, which were mostly conifers, looked very gloomy. He wrote a letter to the press suggesting that different types of trees should be planted, including almond trees, which have lovely pink and white blossoms in early spring. He produced many publications on gardening, suggesting ideas for city and suburban gardens. Flowering trees had been rather neglected by the authors of drawing manuals and books on trees, but Palmer became very interested in them around 1828 to 1832. Palmer himself visited Linnell in Portchester Terrace, so he would certainly have heard about Loudon, even if he didn't meet him. Around 1830, Palmer produced a set of 4 paintings of trees in watercolour and gouache, and they're all paintings of young trees with flowers or fruit. These works express his exuberant sense of the bounty and beauty of the natural world. The flowering apple tree for him was a vision of an earthly paradise. And this watercolour was also painted in a garden. Loudon is known to have had pear trees in his garden in Portchester Terrace. I'm not suggesting it was painted there, but it's interesting that that was one of the trees that he would have had. And then there is perhaps Palmer's most famous work, The Magic Apple Tree. The title, of course, wasn't Palmer's. It was given by his son, A.H. Palmer. And I included the photograph on the left to show that apple trees still grow abundant fruit in Shoreham, although, of course, I'm not suggesting that this is the same tree. Apple trees don't live that long, sadly. The pastoral with horse chestnut is a bit quieter in colour, but belongs to this same series. And when you look closely at it, you can see each of the blossoms has a delicate dot of pink, and the leaves are all shown as serrated round the edges. The tree and the sheep and the shepherdess are all part of a single whole, the curves of the leaves echoing the curves of the sheep, suggesting a symbiotic relationship between tree, human, and animal. The horse chestnut was one of Palmer's favourite trees, and this was the first time he depicted it in its full flowering glory. None of the drawing manuals had shown it in flower, and William Gilpin, in his remarks on forest scenery, had been very scathing about it, saying that it was, quote, totally unharmonious and unpicturesque, and a glaring object when in flower. But for Palmer, the flowers made the horse chestnut even more suitable as a tree that suggested the delights of paradise. In 1830, which is the probable date of Palmer's exuberant pictures of flowering trees, Loudon began to work on his Arboretum Britannicum, and this became a huge compendium of all the trees that would grow in the English climate, eventually running to 8 volumes. Provocatively, he said that his preference was for young rather than old trees, because young trees looked to the future, while old trees were a reminder of the past. He thought the horse chestnut should be shown in its most characteristic mode, that is, in flower. He admitted that Gilpin was right in describing the horse chestnut as not picturesque, but for floral beauty, he said it was, quote, unequalled of any tree of equal size which will endure our climate. But Loudon's artists failed to pick up on his advice on this occasion, and ironically, of the 8 depictions of horse chestnuts in the Arboretum Britannicum, not one shows it in flower. So Palmer's trees can be connected both with the old parks of the aristocracy and gentry, celebrated in the publications of Strutt and Burgess, and also with the gardens of the emerging middle class. Loudon's publications are evidence of a shift from the appreciation of ancient trees to the acknowledgement of cheerful, decorative, and productive trees suitable for suburban gardens. Palmer's works were more imaginative and more innovative than those of his contemporaries, but he was typical of his time in his interest in trees, in his tendency to see them as analogous to human beings, and in his consciousness of their role as protective presences in the landscape. And this has particular resonance for us in an age when trees are important allies in the battle against climate change. Okay, thank you.
All right, we will move into Q&A, and I will repeat my reminder from yesterday, which is when you use handheld mics, make sure that you're holding close to your face and use your projecting voice. They're a little bit quieter than the mic at the podium, so just so that everyone, especially on the stream, can hear us. Get your diaphragm into it a little bit, and if you have any questions,
Raise a hand if you're ready to go, right in the middle. Oh, Tim, you want to go first?
Thank you very much for 3 great papers. For the first presenters, or getting these, I was intrigued immediately looking at the display of the rooms. The similarities to a lot of materials we produce, being at 19th century paper products, toys, and dollhouse, that were new ways of showing a serious 3-dimensionality with paper. And in fact, first thing, like you just fold up you cut it out and fold it up, it's like that. Do you think that there was any sort of maybe use or sort of did architects and gardeners model the views when Repton did the fold overs of the display, but maybe using a 3-dimensional sort of like a miniature to sort of so you could actually see what happened like in the room without actually having to do the work?
I am not aware of anyone actually using the plans in that way and cutting them, folding them to create the Repton plans. I did have this context for public buildings, not for domestic buildings, where there was the idea where you fold it into a 3-dimensional box, but that's very unusual. It's, I can only think of 1 or 2 examples, so that was the case. I do think you're relating it this to toys and other kinds of spectacular print, this individual, handmade handheld panoramas and all those things. I definitely think all of these things are interconnected. It's a way easy to flip to kind of not easily project yourself for it to be other spaces. In the case of the book I show, it's a elegant folio, so it's this enormous thing. You have to look at it on a table. You have to physically walk around it to be able to look at the different wall elevations. You can't turn it this way. So there's also interesting things to be said about how you as a person in the book interact with it, because it doesn't, you have to move around it. You can't. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know of any cases where it was cut out. And actually, I found very interesting because I've been really interested in the developed service technique, or the laid out interior and various things for these, and partly interested in it dying out, and dying out because it can show the little jewel box of an individual room, but it doesn't show that interaction between one room and another, or it did show a view out of the window, but it doesn't really give you that sense of movement. And also that the example you showed of having furniture in the middle of the room is pretty rare, because usually they just show the furniture against the walls as they would have been, except when in use. So pushed up back against the wall, blank backs of furniture, and as furniture became more comfortable and bigger and pluffer, again into the later 19th century, that technique of drawing doesn't capture that anymore. So I'm interested in it kind of as something that is so of movement and then dies out. But I don't know of any examples of being kind of been folded up.
Sir, Father, something I wanted to do my land conservation work is champion trees. That was some project here in Alabama, and they have like these incredible trees on it. And every state in the country has the champion trees. Is anybody ever looking to whether or not there's some connection between this champion tree thing, kept up with our forestry commissions in various states, and going back to this fascination in the 19th century in England with what were essentially kind of sort of champion trees, that the connection would be interesting. Because right now, in every shade of the country in the U.S., this keeps up what they call champion trees. All kinds of species.
Yes, we have that in the UK as well. Right. Yeah, there are champion trees, definitely. And also, I think in Connecticut, Odling, the Charter Oak, trees of the palace is very famous. That Yale State Capitol building, the Charter Oak's not on the round anymore. I mean, it came down in the 19th century, but that was in Hartford. So there are historic trees as well.
And things like the Charter Oak and clubbing, and I know that they have like the Tree of the Year in the UK as well.
Yes. So and there's an ancient tree registry, and there's a lot of things. And the suggestion they should be protected as ancient monuments as well. I mean, trees over a certain size are protected by law, but that the ancient ones should have particular protection. Yeah, they're very special, aren't they? And the fact that palmer's trees are still much the same 200 years later, I think is amazing.
That's brilliant. Brilliant.
Hi, can you hear me? We thank you all three fascinating papers. This question, I guess, relates more to the first two papers. And I was just wondering if you could speak more to the tension. One of the best technologies of both of your papers was the French window, but you situated, I think, this kind of move to having larger windows, window features in a very, very convincingly within a British kind of intellectual and cultural context. So what did your architects and designers make of the fact that this was, essential technology was the French import? Was that touched at all? Was it discussed? And where did it come from initially? The only kind of direct reference I know about this is that one of the critics of using the French window is William Chambers in his book. He is very distrustful of the French window, and I'm not sure to what extent that is because it's French. But he says, that he's basically the one that says that the sliding sash window is so much neater and cleaner and this very pro sliding sash window as opposed to the French window. But again, I don't know to what extent that's actually that it is so much. I mean, I suppose it is neater looking, but how much it is a kind of political, nationalistic approach.
In the case of the garden designs, they were very upfront with the fact that they were taking inspiration from French designers in a lot of these cases. Now, that was complicated by the fact that this was during the Napoleonic Wars. So, thank you for the assist.
So there was this movement toward some of the designs I showed toward the end, which take on a more English character with the kind of asymmetrical draping and all that kind of stuff. But the symmetrical types of designs that they first started using were very much taken from the French. And there was a lot of angst, I guess you could say, about the issue of taking designs from the French, even though in a lot of ways they continued to do it because that was the inspiration they had available at the time. And then designers started to kind of try to embrace English ideas more as this period went on.
I'm going to take a privilege to ask you a question. I was struck thinking about sources. Christiane, you addressed sources very directly, and I was thinking about with the landscapes that are being shown, do you have any sense of obviously there's huge amount of press, visual culture around these landscapes that I was struck, especially when you showed Ackerman, they show a very different sort of landscape out the windows. So do you have any sense of who they're to pick these landscapes? And also thinking about sources, don't have an exact question for you, Rick, but also thinking about the library, and that we are kind of talking about this relationship between books, printed press, interior spaces. If you have anything to draw about that, I would love to hear that. It's fun.
I don't have a good sense of where they were looking to get the inspiration. And I think for a great next step for this project would be to start looking at sort of more landscape prints and see if we can identify any. I also wonder if there's some set or scenic design relationship here, because, like I said, I suspect, although I don't have any specific evidence for it, that some of these were painted backdrops that were being used in upholstery studios, so people would come and look at designs. And I think that the interest in the scenic and theater painting would have been kind of a place that they would have looked for something like that. So I think that would be, out there next. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my impression said that the landscapes are pretty generic. I mean, they're not the actual landscape. But it is interesting. Well, when I was first looking at this material, I was this to be a real landscape, or they're depicting how this elevation will look with the light, hitting it at a certain time. And then when you realize that all shadows are always shown at 90 degrees, you're like, or 45 degrees, you realize, okay, it's actually showing it as it is. But what is interesting is that in So's publications, in his early publications, he'll show a house blank, there's no landscape. And as he progresses, he starts including a landscape, which again is very generic, but this idea that is something that's very important, that it will make the building more marketable. But again, it is always generic. I mean, I don't think it's showing a real landscape. Although, the red books are for it. But yeah, that's all I have to.
Yeah.
I really appreciated in the paper about Samuel Palmer your reference to trees as a sort of economic resource. You mentioned this in I think the Evelyn as a sort of harvestable element for the need. It seems to me that in each of the papers there's a kind of implicit reference to property regimes, and I'm thinking specifically about in Round Evidence talks about the ruined figure that's Stonewall Empire, and I wonder in drawing trees if there's kind of element of possession of those objects as property, and then also in Rebecca's paper the idea of security as something that we can provide, or maybe this is a partitioning piece of it. But I guess I'm just wondering whether can you speculate on a sort of implicit idea of possession or economy to these cities.
Actually, I was answering in relation to Palmer. I don't think Palmer was thinking very much, except insofar as when you draw Epsom, you acquire a sort of properly right over it, actually, but you come to know it, and it's almost if it's yours, and then the drawing becomes yours. But in Strasbourg, Britannica, there's a lot about the elms trees, and especially about how wonderful these stones are, and that they had shot the trees down and sold them off for timber or for the Navy. They let them carry on flourish in it. And often it's linked to the idea of them being benevolent also towards beggars and towards peasants and workers in their neighborhood. So they also made distinction too between the older landed gentry who appreciate their trees and craft and are responsible property owners, and then the newly rich merchants who come in and buy up their estates by the yard and then chop down the old trees and have no sort of respect for them. So, yeah, in that respect, there's an idealization of the gentry and aristocracy and their care for trees. And this is something that Loudon, I think, is setting out when he says he'd rather have a young tree than an old tree, because the old tree is connected with all the times in the past and it's basically forgotten. We want to look forward to the time of universal education, pre-trading, but good wages and so on. Yeah.
So very soft on this. Well, I do think this idea of the passage of time is really interesting in the period, and I know Repton thinks about that in terms of proposing planting trees, and shows where the height they'll need to grow to drop to block, the industrial town that's growing behind it, which is very interesting. This idea that it's not just in the moment; it's to go up for another 200 years, we can own with these trees. In terms of security, I haven't looked into it too much, but I know that locking mechanisms and hinges and all those things, but also, of course, man traps. So the reason you can have your house so open is because your landscape, as open as it looks, is excluding most people and all the access and enclosure and all the other horrible things that allow us to have these, beautiful, will be associated to the British countryside, the English countryside. That, yeah, will do this thing.
Christina?
Thank you all. These are really great papers. You started to touch on this actually in the answers you just gave to Jonah, but I was really struck by the experiential quality, first of looking the way that you described and sort of these enormous books that you have to move around, and then the telescoping of the landscape far away through a window versus the amazing details that you showed, Christiana. And so I'm curious to think a little bit, just if you could elaborate even a little bit more on this idea of the experiential quality of actually moving through the landscape versus the limitation of looking at the images. It seems that these, the translation into book form is a way of taking the landscape out of giving it to the middle class while not really giving it to the middle class. And so I would just like to hear a little bit more about that tension.
Well, so in the case of, I talked about the windows in Cleveland House that overlooked Green Park, and while the landscape shown in the window doesn't really look like Green Park, it's very much of an idealized kind of rural landscape that it shows, and that's not what Green Park would have looked like at that time. But there were a lot of, I cut this from the paper, but the park was known for a lot of, kind of illicit activity at the time. There were also still milkmaids in the park in this period. So there was a lot of different kinds of uses of the park going on. And the illustration kind of obscures all of that. There was a really interesting passage in so this room also, the drawing room, contained landscapes, and there were landscapes by Claude Lorrain that were hung immediately adjacent to the windows. And some of the guidebooks encouraged people to kind of compare the landscape of, classical Italy to the landscape of modern London. And one of these writers specifically talks about, he talks about Apollos being transformed into a tree. And this, and he says basically that if this would happen, if bad guys who were, mashing on women in the park would be transformed into trees, then all of the modern coxcombs in Green Park, would be suitably dealt with. So there's this way in which, he's kind of alluding to this idea that, we have this park out here that from a distance through this window looks very tame, but there's actually a lot of stuff going on down there that, we up here on the first floor of this house are kind of really distancing ourselves from and can maybe pass judgment on.
I guess any sort of landscape, painted landscape or drawn landscape is simultaneously bringing it closer and bringing in a sense of detachment from it, so that you have lots of pictures in your house. You can look out of your window. You don't ever have to go out. You can just sit there. And indeed, for people who are invalids, that could be very helpful. But it's a bit like us experiencing the world through Zoom, isn't it? That, it simultaneously brings it closer. So we're closer to lots of people all around the world, potentially, who are watching us. But it also takes us further away. And I don't know if that's helpful or not. But anyway.
Well, I've been very fascinated by movement and how you experience it as you move through a space or through a landscape or in the house. And direct writing on that is, or evidence of that is hard to come by, because we do think of these very specific framed views, or we talk about the landscape, we talk about Stourhead or Stowe or any of these places, and they're very specific points that you are meant to view the landscape from. But writers also do say things like, the view changed every step, or the view changed every few feet, or they write these things about that it is maybe it is a series of pictures, but it's very rapid pictures. So obviously they're not thinking in filmic terms, but it's not just here and then 20 feet later here. It's this active engagement, this active experience, and also things like I don't know. I've written on this, and I'm very interested in how level changes change your experience of that. Because of course in a picture, you don't experience the difficulties, or when Repton says, we should pave this or we should put gravel because nobody wants to fight with mud and briars. But then you realize, oh, okay, that is a part of the landscape, is how you were experiencing it was getting your dress caught on, thorns and all that other stuff. We just see, what's so hard, it is the Zoom kind of thing that you see the painting that looks in a certain way, but you're not experiencing the tactility of it and the weather of it and all the rest of it.
Between them, and it's been a joy to hear the sort of immediate response from our audience as well as from each of you to each other. For me, it was a sort of experience of filtering. Each of your papers, it seemed to me, kind of introduced a different way to think about filtering our experience of landscape. And I was struck, and your last remark there about, how we sort of encounter things at a distance really struck me, because when I was watching your slides come through and thinking about the artistic representation of the views out windows as recorded in those books, and then looking at your photographs, Rebecca, looking out the literal windows using photography to represent the views beyond, which are presumably quite different from what they were then. And then, of course, Christiana, with your fabulous photographs of yourself out in the landscape, exploring, looking for these very trees, I was struck again and again by how our ways of representing these views and these scenes, because for me, I'm a landscape painting person. This has been my sort of context and my engagement with this topic through time. One of the things that sort of stood out to me was that sense that each layer, each of these papers and each of your experiences is filtered in a very different way in terms of how we perceive the world beyond. One of the moments for me that really kind of came into focus was when we were talking about glass, Rebecca. And, for me, when I think about glass in the 18th century, I think about, and your beautiful sort of series of comparisons to Gothic screens was very helpful, because I was trying to think about, for me, when I look especially at historic single pane glass, I'm really accustomed to distortion. And so your photographs, I'm assuming a lot of that glass is replaced in those photographs, that there's a sort of a incredible transparency and the sense of losing the presence of the filter itself. Because I was thinking about the kind of artistic representations, and you were just mentioning Claude being a part of some of these landscape collections in the room itself. Because when I was looking at your slides, Anne, I was thinking about how many times I was thinking about Claude. I was thinking about these kind of pastoral idylls that are used. You've got sheep, you've got, shepherds, you've got, pathways, you've got these sort of incredibly scenic views that are transformed, clearly not the view from the window. And so I was struck again and again. And I wonder, as you sort of reflect on each other's papers, if you might sort of respond to your own sense of how your work kind of engages with the idea of how we interact with the world beyond in each of these perspectives.
So yeah, there were so many moments in Rebecca's paper that really seemed to speak to what I was talking about. And I especially also connected to the part at the end where you were talking about this idea of the house and garden as a kind of a continuous space that's linked by screens and frames and all of these different kind of architectural motifs. And I think that's not what's happening at Cleveland House, for example. Still, it's a townhouse where you arrive on like a street and you come up through a grand staircase and there's all the liveried servants and all of that. And then you only see the landscape once you're up ensconced in this, art gallery surrounded by the clods and all of that kind of thing. And then you look out the window. I was interested in thinking about this kind of more generally and how, we can, why represent the window in that way and looking at other examples of that. But in the cases of the houses you're talking about, in practice, they are actually designed to be used interactively with the landscape in that way. So I think that was,
this comment you make about the distortion of the glass. I've thought about glass in terms of, so there were the glass taxes and the window taxes. So one window, I think I calculated at one point, one window in one of these houses cost more than most people's annual salary. So, because I was curious in terms of whether, so the window and glass taxes peak during this period. So you would think, it might be, deter people from building with such big windows. But actually, this is when you see that peak in size of windows and, among certain people. And I've thought about it in terms of, this is when tenements are being built with fewer windows or windows are being closed up or all that stuff. But I hadn't really thought also about the way they're going, what they see out the window is going to be different as well, because of course plate glass was the most expensive and is also the least distorted. And so not only do you have that landscape out there that your less fortunate, people in cities are not going to have, but also the way they're going to view the outside and the outside world and their interaction with it is also just going to be completely distorted in a different way than if you have the money to not have that distortion. So I thought that was just an interesting thing to think about in terms of the way you actually get to view the world, not to mention the disease and all the other things that you're contending with by lack of air circulation and lack of light and all the rest of it.
Yeah. I suppose I've been thinking about travel and how many artists in this period traveled to find subjects, and also the owners of these houses also traveled and they went to Europe and they went to Italy. And then when they came back home, the things that they bought were reminders of where they'd been, and the landscapes of different places. But what they had was their home, and so they could get to know their own landscape garden really in all seasons, in all weathers, over time, just as they could get to know their possessions over time. And for Palmer, it's something similar in a way, because the area around Shoreham is something that he gets to know really well. So he just had to walk a few miles to Lunningston. He could spend the day there and walk back again. The flowering trees were probably studied in a neighbour's garden, perhaps even his own garden, so he didn't have to go very far. So he could know these trees over time, and he could know what they were like in different seasons. And so that's a different experience of the landscape than perhaps someone like Turner had, who was travelling all over the place and going to lots of different places and staying there a day or a few days and then moving on somewhere else. And I think that affects how you experience the landscape, because you see it in different dimensions in different times. And particularly when you're looking at a tree, it's rather like knowing a person. If you know a person over a period of time, it's a very different experience from just seeing them over a weekend. Yeah. Or seeing somebody grow up, or seeing somebody grow old. Yeah.
Right. If I don't see any more hands, I think we are ready to eat lunch. Thank you so much, Mark and the panel. We'll Welcome back to our last afternoon in a Legacy of Landscape study. It's been a wonderful 2 days. It promises to be a wonderful afternoon. We will have our last panel and then the keynote. I will say for those of you who have printed schedules, I promise the keynote isn't only half an hour, it's an hour and a half. So we will go till 4:40 and then we will have closing remarks at the end. So don't be concerned, it was just a typo. That said, we will get started, and our next panel is Animal and Mineral, chaired by Edward Cook, the Charles F. Montgomery Professor for the History of Art at Yale University, and I will hand it over to Ned.
Great, thanks so much, Sarah. And it's such an exciting panel this afternoon, although I'm still wondering where the vegetable part of it is. But I really thought in some ways what the subtitle of this would be the eco-landscape. And I'm using eco instead of in double fashion. One is to sort of thinking about the economy of landscape and the representation of that economy, but also thinking about eco as an eco-critical, of thinking about ways in which we might think about the idea of the working landscape and the kind of commodity chains that come out of that kind of connected tissue. So I'm really looking forward to the three presentations this afternoon. Our first up will be Kimberly Rhodes, who's a professor of art history at Drew University in New Jersey, actually a spot that has pertinence to me because my grandmother worked at Drew many years ago as I think she was a house mother, one of these antiquated terms from the past. She's somebody who's done a lot of work on Victorian art and literature with a particular gendered perspective, but today, what she'll be doing is exploring the prints of Robert Hills, whose depictions of animals in their habitats became part of an artistic kind of ecosystem wherein other artists would incorporate these kind of environmental portraits within their own work. And sort of speaks to the way in which different kinds of images just have lives of their own as they work through different kinds of studios. Our second speaker will be Margaret Maselli, who's a PhD student at Brown University, who works on Mughal art in visual and material culture, as well as the art of the British Empire in South Asia. She's going to be looking at mica as a ground, or an artistic ground, in which you can then think about the ways of looking at the paintings of Patna, oftentimes categorized within company paintings and various other things, but thinking about the ways in which you look at the production using mica as a artistic ground for locals, as well as the British sorts of collectors who are coming through in the British market. And I think that what will be really wonderful to hear about is the ways in which she links mining to luminosity and to the actual subjects who are depicted. And then our final speaker will be Toba Auckland Peck, who recently successfully defended her dissertation. So it's something that we always like to applaud, that momentous occasion. And she's going to be working off of her dissertation in which she will be exploring what I would call the middle ground of slag heaps in mining communities. And to sort of borrow the notion from Leo Marx, she's going to be looking at the waste of the industrial machine in the garden. So I'm looking forward to the three talks and want to turn it over to Kimberly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Professor Cook, for that introduction. We'll have to talk about Drew at some point afterwards. And thank you, Sarah, for bringing us all together today, online and in person. And thank you to everyone who helped me this past summer look at Yale's wonderful collection of Robert Hill's works. I look forward to maybe coming back again when the center opens and exploring them more. Over the course of his 50-year career, from approximately 1790 to his death in 1844, Robert Hills produced hundreds of graphite drawings, watercolor paintings, and prints of animals he observed enclosed in deer parks, working on farms, and being kept as pets. The Yale Center for British Art's rich collection of more than 70 works by Hills includes examples of each of these visual tropes as they changed over time, together with studies of plants and landscapes devoid of animal inhabitants. Hills's depictions varied, depending upon whether they were destined for exhibition, used as studies for his own work, or intended as additions to the landscape paintings of other artists. The latter, for example, usually presented an animal from multiple points of view on one sheet without visual information about its habitat, and was often transferred from a drawing to a print. Watercolor paintings exhibited at either the Royal Academy or the Society of Painters in Watercolors provided context for both the animal's dwelling and the place in which the artist likely encountered them. This variety speaks to Hill's multiple roles as an animal artist working primarily in watercolor and reproductive media during an era of ascendance for landscape painting in Britain, and to his position, together with the animals he represented, in the hierarchy of labor and value within that esteemed genre. Two sources provide the most extensive account of Hill's career: an artistic biography written by Basil Long and published in 1923, and an exhibition catalog essay by Nicola Gold produced in conjunction with a 2008 show at the Fitzwilliam Museum, which has a Hills collection quite similar to Yale's. Beyond the works themselves, which can be difficult to date because of the redundancy of titles, there is scant primary documentation. Although Hill's career overlapped with the more revered animal artist George Stubbs in its early portion and Edwin Landseer at its end, he did not use oil paints, and his goals were distinct from theirs in his depictions of animals. They are not portraits of celebrities of their species, scientific studies, hunting scenes, signifiers of the exotic, or representations of heated physical and psychological battles. They are, with some exceptions, mostly idealized, modest images of working, domesticated animals associated with rural life, made to both perpetuate the picturesque genre in watercolor and serve the compositions and ideological concerns about rural life after enclosure of other artists in both his hand and theirs. These visible and invisible collaborations that Hills participated in with other artists and with animals are perhaps one of the most notable and underexplored aspects of his working life, connecting him with Stubbs' contemporary Sauri Gilpin, an animal painter in his own right, who contributed his specialty subjects to the landscapes of others, including this example made for the Boydell Shakespeare Gallery and now in the collection of the Yale Center for British Art. I will return to this image later in my talk. While Nicola Gold has firmly and importantly placed Hills within the aesthetic and ideological realm of rural landscape painting of his time by following the methodological procedures of Anne Birmingham, Christiana Payne, and others, there are adjacent contexts from which to consider the artist's work. From an art historical perspective, Hills' partnerships offer insight into the nuts and bolts processes of such artists as John Constable when it came to including animals in their depictions of rural life, and revealed the distinctions made between landscape and animal artists in the period. Catherine Roach has persuasively argued for an ecosystemic model of understanding the intertwined network of art institutions in which works of art circulated in the early 19th century. A similar model can be used to see the roles that different types of artists played in constituting an artist's landscape composition, a work of art that represents an ecosystem and exists as a commodity in the art market. By extension, ecologist Robin Wall Kimmerer has noted that, quote, the words ecology and economy come from the same root, the Greek oikos, meaning home or household, i.e. the systems of relationship, the goods and services that keep us alive, end quote. From an animal studies point of view, naming animals as companions in the process of making art points towards changing attitudes about animals in Hill's time as well as our own. In the early 19th century, the anthropocentric tradition, as Keith Thomas calls it, was rapidly eroding as both religious and secular thinkers in science, philosophy, and economics advocated for animal rights and sought better understanding of individual species. In our own time, theorists Donna Haraway, Bruno Latour, and Stacy Alaimo, among others, have successfully blurred boundaries between humans and animals. Historians and art historians such as Erica Fudge, Chris Pearson, and Diana Donald have investigated the agency of animals from a humanities perspective, suggesting that animals influence human action as much as they are subject to it. A passage from W.H. Pine's 1815 book, Etchings of Rustic Figures for the Embellishment of Landscape, alerts us simultaneously to the shifting perceptions of animals and collaborative procedures in landscape painting during the period. Quote, cows, horses, asses, deer, sheep, dogs, and pigs should be represented with as much truth of character as the human figure. And a landscape, however well painted, wherein these domestic animals appear defective in character, loses half its charm. Hills's etchings of animals drawn from nature form the most celebrated work for this purpose and should be possessed by all who feel desirous of a just knowledge of their picturesque character, end quote. Here, Pine destabilizes anthropocentric points of view by positioning animals and humans on the same plane of significance in the realm of landscape painting. In addition, by directly referencing Hills, Pine positions the animal artist as a keystone species of sorts, upon which the success of a landscape composition depends in much the same way that deer help the ecosystem of a forest to thrive. At the same time, though, the deer is also considered by some to be a natural resource to be extracted for human sport and consumption. Hills's willingness to extract animals from his own compositions for the success of others, and Pine's long-standing commitment to the collaborative process he describes in his book for success in landscape paintings, is underscored by Basil Long's report that two of Pine's contributions to the Royal Academy in 1801 included animals drawn into the compositions by Hills. Pine and Hills were among the founders of the Society of Painters and Watercolors in 1804, and the etchings of animals to which Pine refers were advertised in the 1812 exhibition catalog of the Society, which you see here. The first publication, listed as Neat Cattle, is likely Cattle and Groups for the Embellishment of Landscape, printed in editions dating from 1806 to 1808. Eventually added to the 5 volumes listed in the 1812 exhibition catalog were those devoted to red deer, roebucks, swine, horses, dogs, and goats. The latter was the subject of the final folio, made available to the public in 1817. Hills was quick to establish his subject matter during this period, which did not waver much over the course of his career. One of his earliest exhibited watercolors, for example, was Cottage Scene with Cattle, shown at the Royal Academy in 1800. Hills does not appear to have exhibited work publicly between 1802 and the first exhibition of the Society of Painters and Watercolors in 1805, but was amassing an arsenal of sketches made from observation that would be used for his print folios and future exhibition pieces. From 1805 to 1818, Hills consistently contributed upwards of 20 pieces depicting cattle, deer, sheep, and other animals to the Society of Painters and Watercolors each year. After breaking with the Society in 1818 because of its decision to include oil paintings in its exhibitions and showing at the Royal Academy instead, Hills returned in 1823 and showed work there every year until his death in 1844. In the exhibition catalogs for the Society of Painters and Watercolors, Hill's name also appears alongside other members of the group as a collaborator, especially in providing deer for landscape compositions after 1828. That year, for example, he is credited for painting red deer into View of Glencoe by George Fennell Robson. In 1832, he contributed images of fallow deer to Robson's The Charlton Woods near Greenwich. The distinction between red and fallow deer in these unlocated works may seem to be a small one, but they denote distinctive habitats. As Glencoe is in the Scottish Highlands, red deer would signify that sublime landscape, as red deer were almost extinct in the wild by the end of the 1820s in England. Even in deer parks as large as Windsor's, one of Hill's favorite sketching grounds, their numbers were quite few for the duration of the 19th century. By comparison, fallow deer were plentiful in deer parks at aristocratic country houses such as Knoll, which you see here, and came to signify those classed spaces physically and socially. By the time Hill's became depicting deer, most were in part. Sometimes that is made apparent in the artist's work through a title, as you see here, Knoll Park, or a note on the sketch, but often the viewer must infer that very particular context in which deer are part of an aristocratic animal husbandry system, both similar to and distinct from the other domesticated, agriculturally inflected animals he depicted. Deer in deer parks were natural resources to be tamed, cultivated, and extracted, but often depicted with the illusion that they were living, quote, in the wild. They would be killed for their meat, hunted by the landowners in the confines of the parks with no escape, and offered up for the viewing pleasure of the public. These facts denote the parameters of the existence of the deer that make their way into Hill's works of art. Whether we immediately recognize them in our own time or not, they constitute the subjectivity of the deer and restore their symbolic and environmental particularity. While G.F. Robson may not be well known today, Hill's also overtly collaborated with established watercolor artists such as David Cox. Here, to lend credence to Cox's representation of the deer park at Chatsworth, Hill's evokes both earlier compositions of his own watercolors, prints, and drawings based on observations of deer in various English deer parks open to the public. Around the same time that Hill's begins to be recognized for his overt collaborations with other watercolor painters such as Robson and Cox, John Constable briefly mentions him by name in an 1833 letter to his son John, suggesting that he offered to sell some edifying Hill's prints and a book on perspective to his friend Colville. The artist follows up in a second letter, making it clear that the Hill's prints were of cattle. Quote, "Tell Colville that if he does not like to buy the book on perspective, to return it to you. Perhaps he may not like to go to so much expense as that, and the cattle studies too, but just as he pleases." End quote. Colville apparently did not purchase the cattle prints, as Leslie Paris and Connell Shields record Hill's 1806 etchings of cattle comprising rudiments of drawing and groups for the embellishment of landscape as part of Constable's library. This is tantalizing information, making it possible perhaps to trace the origin of some of the cattle depicted in Constable's paintings, although we have no record of when Constable acquired the Hill's prints. There is also the suggestion that Constable believed Hill's work to be of value to a landscape painter, both in their training and their practice, even if he kept that hidden in his own work. I would like to explore this latter idea and its implications as it pertains to the depiction of deer rather than cattle for the remainder of my time today. Deer. John Constable did not paint many deer over the course of his career, and they primarily appear in works considered to occupy the margins of his oeuvre, such as the one you see here at the Dell at Helmingham Park from 1830. His cenotaph to the memory of Sir Joshua Reynolds from 1833 to 1836, purposefully exhibited at the final Royal Academy exhibition in Somerset House in 1836 to commemorate that occasion, is an exception. Here, Constable places a fallow deer in the foreground of a painting with significant symbolic and aesthetic importance to his late body of work. Anne Lyles, Michel Plomp, John Nash, Ronald Paulson, and others have noted and interpreted a range of appropriations, copies, and inspirations from Claude, Durer, Titian, and others to account for the deer in the cenotaph in relation to the painting's subject matter and the artist's methods and theories of landscape painting. While these readings are sound and compelling, and also sometimes in conflict with one another, they do not take the possible influence of Constable's lesser-known contemporaries such as Hill's into account in the making and meaning of the painting. Based on strong visual evidence, Hill's depictions of red and fallow deer appear to have been known and used by Constable for the cenotaph. There are, of course, many other sources Constable may have consulted for his depiction of the fallow deer, among them the aforementioned Old Master works, Baron George Cuvier's The Animal Kingdom, published between 1834 and 37, which was in Constable's library, and Thomas Bewick's ubiquitous A General History of Quadrupeds, first published in 1790. However, none of these sources include a representation of a deer in a similar and specific pose, positioned diagonally facing towards the left, pausing mid-gait to look back at the viewer before darting into a forest, as an 1828 print of a red deer by Thomas Landseer after Robert Hill's in the British Museum's collection. Hill's primarily depicted fallow rather than red deer, but Constable could have easily added the fallow deer antlers to his stag. In addition, however, a signed and dated Hill's watercolor from 1827, Stags in Knoll Park, near Seven Oaks, Kent, includes a fallow deer at its center that is quite close. Like Hill's, Constable was familiar with deer parks like the one at Knoll, having both spent time at Helmingen Hall and eaten venison from its herd, and perhaps chose a fallow deer for the cenotaph to suggest the aristocratic setting of Beaumont's Colorton for the painting. By the time Evelyn Philip Shirley published his book Some Account of English Deer Parks in 1867, Colorton's deer park was just a relic of the medieval past. And I quote, "At Colorton were an ancient park emparked by John de Morward in the reign of Edward I." End quote. The association of Constable's fallow deer with the deer park thus also underscores the painting's aesthetic and affective themes of memory, loss, the picturesque, and tensions between art and nature. While it may ultimately end up being easier to trace direct visual relationships between Hills and Constable through the representation of cattle, I'd like to end with another correlation around deer to point towards both aesthetic and conceptual concerns. As mentioned earlier in this paper, the division of labor between painters of landscape, figures, and animals in British art is starkly evident in Jakes and the Wounded Stag, As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 1, which was commissioned for the Boydell Shakespeare Gallery. To showcase their individual skills and create a suitably accomplished work for the esteemed Shakespearean project, William Hodges, George Romney, and Sari Gilpin collaborated in the production of the pastoral piece depicting a scene of human-animal encounter with political and religious overtones described in Act 2, Scene 1 of As You Like It. 2 decades after the completion of the Boydell piece, Constable's mentor and friend George Beaumont painted a version of the same scene using a similar composition for the 1819 Royal Academy exhibition without listing overt collaboration, perhaps calling additional inspiration from the Claude Lorraine paintings in his own collection. This shift from collaborative to individual production of a scene that combines 3 distinct genres of painting, landscape, figure, and animal, was likely facilitated by both the existence of the Boydell work as a model for Beaumont and other artists, together with the accessibility of old master paintings that could provide further instruction. It also points to the decreasing value of openly collaborative works due to the rise of Romantic-era notions of individualized innovation. Constable continued in Beaumont's footsteps with his many renditions of Jakes and the Wounded Stag in the late 1820s and 1830s, which functioned partially as sentimental homage to his mentor, who read As You Like It aloud to him during his prolonged visit to Colorton in 1823, and partly as political commentary about the Reform Acts to which Constable was vehemently opposed. As in the cenotaph, Constable stages a human-animal encounter to confront grief, just as Jakes bemoans the suffering of the wounded stag at the hands of aristocratic hunters. Constable mourns both his friends and the passing of an era at the Royal Academy. Constable exhibited a watercolor of the subject, now untraced, at the Royal Academy in 1832, and 2 others were published posthumously, a woodcut in The 7 Ages of Shakespeare in 1840, and a mezzotint in the 1846 volume of David Lucas's English Landscape Scenery that you see here. Robert Hills, too, contributed to the visual imagery of As You Like It with The Wounded Stag, perhaps this watercolor recently sold at auction. Exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1820 during his self-imposed exile from the Society of Painters and Watercolors. It was accompanied by these lines from Act 2, Scene 1 of the play, quote, "To which place a poor sequestered stag that from the hunter's aim had taken hurt did come to languish." In 1827, and then again in 1844, he showed what might have been the same piece at the Society of Painters and Watercolors. These works are not titled, but include the same lines from As You Like It that appear in the 1820 Royal Academy catalog. Like Hodges, Gilpin, and Romney, Beaumont, Constable, and Hills come together through this image from Shakespeare, albeit in an era during which overt collaboration and aristocratic privilege symbolized by imparted year were under threat. In his influential essay, Why Look at Animals, John Berger suggests that, quote, the treatment of animals in 19th century Romantic painting was already an acknowledgement of their impending disappearance. The images are of animals receding into a wildness that existed only in the imagination, end quote. It is an irony of the cenotaph, a painting designed to pay tribute to Reynolds and George Beaumont during a tumultuous period in British art and political history, that Hills's presence has perhaps been buried within it. That erasure, however, also speaks to the anxieties of loss of reputation and cultural memory that are at the core of the painting and made manifest by the disappearance of Robert Hills and his animals. My intention here, though, is not to revive Robert Hills's work for the sake of his reputation, but to reconstitute, as Robin Wall Kimmerer describes, quote, a system of distribution of goods and services that meets the needs of the community, end quote, and thereby invokes both ecology and economies. Thank you.
I want to echo all of the thanks to Professor Cook for the introduction and to Sarah and the Yale Center for British Art and the Oak Spring Foundation. Plastered cave walls, palm leaf manuscripts, kalamkari painted cottons, Vasily and Watman papers. These are just some of the surfaces on which Indian artists have painted pigment. Each surface has different qualities, such as absorbency, translucence, and texture, that uniquely affect the outcome of the work. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Indian artists, especially those in the North Indian city of Patna, incorporated yet another surface into their repertoire. Patna's artists made extensive use of the crystal mica as both a surface and tool in the creation of their art. My opening slide is just one example, painted on a thin sheet of stone, not so much landscape as it is a piece of land itself, which often stands in as the figural ground in these works. These artworks, frequently produced in multiple, have typically been regarded as catering to European tastes, as many of them were collected as souvenirs of time spent in India. They have been labeled as part of the company style, a genre which until the recent work of Holly Schaefer and Yutika Sharma was exclusively defined as the works Indian artists made for British patrons, often using European techniques. My talk today will explore the production of paintings on mica, establishing how it was a phenomenon led by Indians throughout the mining, processing, creation, and sale of these works. I also argue that in tying this production to its local context, it becomes clear that mica's material affordances, such as its flat cleavage and transparency, were key conditions which resulted in the crystallization of the larger phenomenon of Patna kalam, or the Patna style, that flourished in the 19th century. To begin, I want to walk through some of the mica's material qualities, highlighting how they were exploited by Indian artists, sometimes far prior to the 19th century. Since we are limited by the visual constraints of the slide, I've included images which I hope will highlight the material's unique qualities and how they were utilized in art. Here we see a piece of rock, which happens to be from Connecticut, showing how medium-sized crystals of mica interpolate surrounding stone. Because it is broken up and starting to flake a little, it begins to shimmer and reflect light. This quality was utilized in India in many ways. Smaller pieces of mica, known as flake mica, were one byproduct of mining the larger crystals. These pieces were sewn into textiles in an embroidery style called shisha embroidery, or else ground into makeup, or even applied as a powder to textiles, akin to a dusting of glitter.
In this same vein, in the Hindu springtime festival of Holi, mica was often ground into powder mixed with pigment and flung about in celebration. We have to imagine the ephemeral effect of swirling clouds of ground-up mica, as it is rarely captured in representations of the festival, such as this one, done by a Patna artist. It is the much larger crystals which made painting on mica possible. Here we see a man holding sheets of mica crystal that have been separated into panels, which are several layers thick. I've included this to demonstrate more of mica's material affordances, such as its perfect basal cleavage. Due to the weak vertical bonds in its chemical structure, mica can be split into flat layers with relative ease, creating a surface for paintings, such as the one shown here. What additionally comes to the fore is mica's transparency. Larger sections of mica may appear pink, green, or brown, but when split into fine layers, mica becomes almost completely transparent. Patna's artists utilized this unique quality to create tracings of their work, which could in turn be used as a tool like a stencil in the creation of new works. The work pictured here is one of several dozen tracings collected by the Victoria and Albert Museum in the 20th century, when they acquired the collection of the Lal Prasad family of artists, who worked in Murshidabad, Patna, Benares, and Calcutta throughout the 19th century. It shows a merchant selling a number of goods, including European mantle clocks, giving us a hint of the robust circulation of goods in this period, paintings on mica among them. Another of mica's affordances is its high resistance to heat and imperviousness to moisture, making it well suited for use in illumination and fenestration, as many early 19th century sources account. In Bengal's capital, part of the ruler's religious complex was adorned with mica. A British official reported that, quote, "The rooms of the second story were surrounded with screens of mica, on which were painted various designs of flowers, beasts, and men, etc., with thousands of cressets behind them," a cresset being another word for a source of lighting, such as an oil lamp. He went on to describe that, quote, "When these cressets were lighted at night, they presented a very imposing display, and the building was magnificently illuminated," end quote. This is a Patna painting made around 1815 on paper and now held at the British Library. It shows a man selling lanterns, and although we don't have any images of the architectural decorations in Murshidabad, we can see how these figural and abstract decorations were painted on sheets of glass or on mica that were used in lanterns such as these. Situated on the banks of the Ganges, Patna was well positioned in a constellation of 18th century cities whose economic trajectory was shaped by an explosion in trade. Its profile as a regional capital rose in the 18th century as it became something of a second court for the Mughal governors who were independent rulers of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. East India Company merchants and administrators heavily traveled the Ganges, which connected them with inland commerce from their coastal capital of Calcutta. They increasingly took over the management and distribution of commodities such as indigo, tea, cotton, and opium, which led to further investments in Patna. The influence of mica on the development of the Patna style is perhaps unsurprising, considering that Patna is located at the top of one of the world's largest mica reserves, now known as the Bihar Mica Belt, a, quote, east-west trending 160-kilometer long, 25-kilometer wide sequence of metasedimentary rocks that spans the contemporary states of Bihar and Jharkhand. This geological formation is marked by pegmatites, which the lower map marks by circles. These pegmatites are extremely large veins of crystal of the mineral muscovite, widely known as mica, although it is also referred to as talc in British sources or by the Hindi name of abrak. The Bihar Mica Belt was extensively mined by Indian landowners in the late 18th and 19th century. Although the records are sparse, Maharajas of Gidur, Kaira, and Darbhanga owned land that local workers mined in conjunction with merchant distributors. Contemporary sources from East India Company officials, however, reflect their extensive engagement with the commodity, and we therefore have records of their engagement with local mining infrastructure. When one official visited these mines in 1826, he, quote, found as many as 5,000 people employed in getting out mica, at which time but little was exported to Europe, end quote. William Stanhope Sherwill, a British colonial surveyor, geologist, and amateur artist, published this drawing entitled The Bihar Mica Mines in 1852 in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. Although it appears to be a straightforward representation of a small mountainside mining operation, Sherwill's work is of course shaped by his role of colonial surveyor. At first, the landscape appears to be a highly specific depiction of one terrain, marked by a prominent ridge that vertically bisects his composition. The significance of this ridge becomes apparent in his accompanying text describing the mine shafts. He writes, quote, "These pits are not connected vertically downwards, but in a zigzag shape, but nevertheless not so much out of the vertical proper as that a basket containing the mineral cannot be hauled up from the bottom of the pit to the top, the zigzag shape of the shaft being formed by sinking the shaft, first inclining to the left a few feet and then to the right a few feet, the head of each cut or notch forming a landing place or step, and thus the necessity of ladders is obviated, the projecting of salient angles of the notches forming a perfect flight of steps from the top to the bottom of the pits," end quote. With his inclusion of a vertical zigzagging line, he embeds information about Bihar's mining infrastructure, here masquerading as a topographic detail. Sherwill further describes the work of mining mica. A framework of scaffolding is, quote, placed over the mouth of each pit upon which a man sits, waiting till the signal from below is given to haul up the basket containing the mica and rubbish, which has been dug from the sides of the pit by the aid of a rude pick, a tool which he also takes care to depict in his drawing. The larger pieces of mica were up to 1.5 feet by 6 inches, with a 3-inch thickness, while Sherwill describes how the good and bad materials, quote, in his words, were separated on site, he does not depict the skilled labor of the initial sorting, processing, or splitting of mica in his drawing. Ultimately, the mica from these mines was brought to local markets, or possibly directly supplied to Indian artists by the same merchant networks that sold their works. We can compare Sherwill's observation of the Bihar mines with his better-known work depicting the opium factory in Patna. In contrast to the indigenous mica production, opium was one of the East India Company's main cash crops. They required the peasant laborers of Bihar to grow poppies, sometimes in place of their own sustenance. The flowers were then gathered and processed in the factory at Patna. Interestingly enough, the finished product of balls or rectangular loaves, which were slightly sticky to the touch, were sometimes separated by strips of mica before being packaged and shipped via the Ganges to Chinese markets. This is an industry that the British exercised complete dominion over, something which Sherwill's lithograph communicates in its panoptic view of the opium factory in Patna. We see rows of prepared balls of opium laid out by Indian workers in rows which seem to extend as far as the eye can see. Both of Sherwill's illustrations de-emphasize the highly skilled labor involved in mica mining and opium production. There is another set of artworks that depict this opium factory. These were made in the same mid-19th century period by the Indian artist Shiva Lal. This set of 19 paintings was made on sheets of mica, possibly for the stream of European tourists who visited the factory grounds. Lal's version deeply engages with the activities of the workers, exploring their roles and duties in addition to clear hierarchies that made up the processes of labor. In a 2019 article entitled Spectacles of Labor, Hope Marie Childers wrote that this boiled down to, quote, an emphasis on process by Lal and Product by Sherwill. End quote. Childers notes the way that Law's paintings are labor vignettes that, quote, offer a more nuanced and telling portrait of the opium trade, reflecting a vantage point shared with his subjects. Furthermore, the artist Shivalal shows the skilled labor of the Indian worker, as in this painting where a chemist conducts a filter test on the opium. His paintings on mica further instantiate the idea that mica, as an indigenous material, offered a place for these views to crystallize. Paintings on mica, largely because of the laborers they exist, have been more readily interpreted as reflecting a larger colonial taxonomic project. Trading companies and the empires they engendered leveraged enormous resources in researching, quantifying, and organizing information on the places from which they sought to extract economic value. Here is one example of the Flemish artist Balthazar Solvens, who produced reams of material similar to this. He utilized a template of sorts in establishing the iconography of his subject, isolating them in space, and naming and describing them in an accompanying text. There are undeniable similarities between this type of work and paintings on mica, so many of which were sold in sets and depicted workers in their various activities. Rather than seeing paintings on mica as derivative of ethnographic works, we can consider them mutually influential, as Patna's artists sometimes worked for European patrons. And Solvens is known to have employed Indian artists in his Calcutta workshop. While the visual logic of these images is interconnected, mica's material affordances opened up other possibilities. Here, we see a toy made of mica, akin to European fashion plates and paper dolls. They were sold in sets which included one base painting, which transparent mica overlays would transform into different characters. The illusion is created because while the mica is transparent, the paint, made of pigment and gum arabic, is highly opaque. From the strange landscape with disembodied floating head, to the way a figure might slip between gender, caste, and class identities, there is actually an element of play here, one that destabilizes the taxonomic order of ethnographic prints that in turn fed the colonial ordering of Indian society. Rather than freezing its subject in what can feel like the paper void of an ethnographic print, the clear mica creates a different relationship to space. It allows for the insertion of figures into new grounds, and for types of viewing that were not possible on paper or other surfaces. While the sets of laborers and mica overlays circulated as commodities, Indian artists used mica in another way, which I briefly mentioned before, as a surface for tracings. Here, mica allowed them to record compositions, which might in turn be used as stencils in the creation of new works. On my slides are a mica stencil that I connected with the work of another Patna artist named Jairam Das, while the paper drawing that Jairam Das produced remained in the hands of his British patron. The mica stencil was kept by the artists' families, where they could train and inform the next generations. Here, we see two men carrying a woman on a palanquin, her face just peeking out. My slide shows one tracing on mica and two other versions of this scene, which closely resemble each other, all painted on mica. These direct comparisons, one of any number of possible ones, gesture to the large-scale production of these images. As Patna's artists navigated a changing landscape of patronage, it is clear that works on mica were made in response to the desires of various markets. And I hope that you are getting some sense of Patna painting. And although I haven't shown examples in this talk, the artists also made larger format works on paper, which showed crowded urban environments, processions, and celebrations. Within these works, we often see the same figures, as shown here in the smaller mica paintings. Encouraged by the mica's materiality, artists worked modularly, building compositions that utilized the visual vocabulary preserved in paintings on mica. I began my talk to say that Indian artists had choices. As I conclude, I want to highlight one final material resonance that mica offered Indian artists. Both of these paintings were made in Murshidabad, Bengal, within a few decades of one another. The painting on the left, now held at the YCBA, shows a European estate in Bengal and was made on that European laid paper, likely supplied by the patron to the now unknown Indian artist who made this painting. This artist, like many others, adapted their techniques for a paper that is deeply absorbent and sucks in paint in a way that affords fluid shapes and light washes of color. In contrast, the Mughal painting tradition, shown here on the right, utilized Vasili paper, whose Persian name literally describes a composite or unified state. Paper makers would paste layer on layer with wheat paste, burnishing as they went to create a super smooth surface that stood up to intense pigments. And the effect of paint on Vasili paper is hard to capture in a photo, but hopefully you can see the slight luster that my camera picked up viewing this painting. The taste for burnished opaque color that had been built up over several centuries of Mughal patronage. Even as Indian artists utilized European watercolor paper, it was mica which afforded the opacity and shine that they had otherwise created in different ways. And it was the artists in Patna and surrounding capitals on the Ganges River which exploited the Bihar mica belt's copious reserves in creating a popular art. And as a final postscript, I'm ending on a small section of a mica painting in which the artist has allowed the blank mica to stand in for a mirror and glass shades on a chandelier within a Muslim shrine. This charming use suggests a keen awareness of the material's many qualities of translucence, shine, and reflectivity. It is also perhaps fitting to close here, as wax candle lighting would be replaced with electricity, the expansion of which demanded truly significant amounts of mica, which is, due to low conductivity, an excellent electrical insulator. This final material affordance may have contributed to a decrease in painting on mica in the late 19th and early 20th century, as the material, particularly the larger sheets of mica, may have been harder to source once the Bihar mines were depleted in the effort to meet demand for electricity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm really glad to be here this afternoon, and thank you to all my wonderful fellow speakers, Sarah, and the wonderful YCBA staff. In Prunella Clough's slag landscape from 1958, a slag heap engulfs the composition. Subtle stratifications in the rough ground of mottled brown suggest a slow accumulation of matter, a material record of the duration over which this manufactured landscape feature, a pile of stone left over from mining that could reach 30 stories tall, was created. With only a jagged strip of beige at the top to suggest a recession of space, and no trace of human infrastructure, our eye is marooned in the unfamiliar topography of an industrial wasteland. As we struggle to discern scale, we are caught by Clough's subtle rendition of the waste pile. Granules of sand mix into the oil paint, add texture and depth. A white line meanders across the bottom of the canvas, and an organic melange of light and dark paint modulate the slag heap's impenetrability. Mining waste, a substance rarely attended to by artists, is here worthy of attention and contemplation. Just as the textured brown paint in slag landscape obscures the horizon, slag heaps like these, photographed by Clough in the 1950s, overtook the visible landscape. These mountainous piles marked subterranean coal, tin, and shale mine workings, and they grew in proportion with the scale of the extraction below. The larger the below-ground mine shaft, the larger the piles of stony waste. Bits of leftover coal, ore, and shale were scattered amongst the debris, and the heap sometimes burned from the inside. the waste piles posed a danger to the communities in which they were placed. Some were contaminated with toxic chemicals, while others were dangerously unstable. In most areas of the United Kingdom, it was the laborers whose job it was to build these piles of waste that were the most adversely impacted by them. This reality was conspicuous in 1966, when a 10-story slag heap collapsed and inundated the Welsh village of Aberfan in saturated coal spoil. 116 children were killed as the avalanche of waste engulfed their primary school, in addition to 28 adults in the area. Photographs of the Aberfan disaster, like the one you see here, show the black sludge of the ruined slag heap erasing all in its path: field, trees, and buildings. The horror of this event, a direct consequence of over a century of accumulation of industrial waste, rocked the nation and deepened concerns about the condition of the post-industrial landscape. Patterns of deindustrialization changed the connotation of the slag heap from evidence of production and value to an object representative of loss of wealth and employment. In his 1969 book, Derelict Britain, journalist John Barr argued that the highly visible traces of what he called industrial plunder were an indictment of British government policies and the profit-seeking corporations that created many extractive sites. Barr aligned the barrenness of waste material with Britain's economic troubles, and his text anthropomorphized slag heaps as signs of Britain's, quote, dying industry. He writes, "Some of the heaps are corpses, buried atop, not below the earth, their headstones, the rusting winding gear, and junk buildings of abandoned collieries. There's a secure future in mining today," says a large and peeling hoarding outside one such scene. Other heaps are living, if this is the word, growing daily higher and fatter and more repulsive. Dead or still growing, the heaps are monuments to man's degrading presence. The peeling sign is an ironic illustration of the abrupt shift in Britain's extractive fortunes, a reminder that the corpses that Barr discerned in the visible waste heaps mask the quantity of living bodies whose livelihoods were destroyed by the closing of mines. The living slag heaps are an uncanny counterpart to these human casualties. Familiar earlier representations of Britain's Industrial Revolution emphasize the drama of production in industrial landscapes, a genre exemplified by the smoldering fires in the YCBA's own J.M.W. Turner's Limekiln at Coalbrookdale from around 1797, or Philippe de Lutherberg's Coalbrookdale by Night from 1801. Concerns about contamination were difficult to express against the sublimity of wildly growing profit. Over a century later, artists in mid-century Britain contended instead with problems of depletion. Yet, as I will argue, 20th century waste landscapes offered an opportunity for British artists like Clough to experiment with the political capacity of the modernist image. In Wasteland, a History, Vittoria de Palma defines wastelands through what they lack: life, productivity, and ultimately civilization. Quote, "The emptiness that is the core characteristic of the wasteland is also what gives the term its malleability, its potential for abstraction," she writes. The extractive site in the mid-20th century engendered fear, of contamination, of emptiness, of economic dysfunction. Its malleability, its abstraction, however, also offered a foundation for experimental artistic work. The formlessness of slag heaps, smoke, and darkness challenged representability and aligned instead with the troubled vision of modernist artwork, integrating themes of pollution, unemployment, and dereliction directly into the composition. Today, I will address depictions of slag heaps in the work of three artists whose careers encompass the trajectory of British 20th century mining, from its peak in the interwar period to accelerating deindustrialization in the 1970s. Bill Brandt's black and white photographs of slag pickers in 1937 investigate economic suffering and extractive labor through figural representation. At the same time, his reliance on atmospheric pollution as a visible element of his photographs suggests a shift from documentary realism to modernist experimentation, one that relies on the amorphousness of waste as a central visual element. Clough's paintings, completed 2 decades later, eschew the human body in favor of swaths of textured paint. In her images of slag heaps from the late 1950s, waste overtakes sites of production, just as Clough's abstract painterly practice overtakes legible form. Finally, conceptual artist John Latham made the slag heap itself an artwork in his 1975 project, Derelict Land Art. He proposed that a series of slag heaps in Scotland's shale oil fields outside of Edinburgh be preserved as found land art sculptures, and, in collaboration with artist Rita Dunna, created detailed boards with photographs, aerial images, maps, and actual pieces of shale rock for display at his 1976 Tate retrospective. The Derelict Land Art project would, he asserted, transform valueless waste into monuments through the designation of artwork. These artists worked in different mediums, yet waste functions for each as a visual marker of the troubled history of industrial intervention in the natural landscape. They used depictions of the slag heap to insist on the manufactured condition of modernity and to center human agency, funding, constructing, and legislating extractive process in the creation of the modern landscape. Brandt's Coal Searcher Going Home to Jarrow is one of the most well-known photographs of his 1937 series of mining and industrial images in northern England. In the image, a high horizon line isolates a gray strip of sky, which is partly obscured by a slag heap rising on the left-hand side. The pall lingers over the blackened grass and the rugged dirt path that dominate the composition. In the center, a hunched man trudges towards the viewer, his skin and clothes obscured by grainy dimness. The title, Coal Searcher Going Home to Jarrow, immediately evokes the challenging economic circumstances of mining communities in this period. The man pushing his bicycle through the black landscape is a coal picker, not a coal miner. Coal pickers, children, and unemployed men and women massed over the slag heaps that were common in industrial areas in the hopes of collecting bits of coal that were mixed in with the stony waste. Their work was on the margins of an already marginal community, and it was increasingly common in times of economic distress. The coal searchers were excluded from commercial systems responsible for the formation of slag heaps and were, in a sense, working to dismantle them, both in the slow deconstruction of the slag heap and the theft of potential value from mining companies. The persistence of a secondary cycle of labor in these images points to the ongoing value that could be extracted from the waste that hovered over mining towns. Systems of reuse, like that of the coal searchers, resisted the sterile connotations of derelict land, and Brandt's photographs pictured the value of waste as a sort of return to a common use of resources. He further investigated the relationship between figure and slag heap in images that you see here, including coal searchers near Heworth and East Durham coal searchers. Brandt lingers on the working body, showing the youth of the central figure in Coal Searchers near Heworth and the hunched back of the man with the bicycle in Coal Searcher Going Home to Jarrow. At the same time, the shifting scale of the photographs overwhelms the figures in the stony texture of the slag heap. On the vertiginous slope, Brandt pictured in East Durham Coal Searchers, the viewer loses track of the relationship between ground, sky, and body. Here, the dark heap, which emanates clouds of gray smoke and dust, pushes the hunched figures of the three coal searchers perilously close to the blank sky. The dramatic pictorial presence of coal mining waste, smoke and slag alike, was central to Brandt's visualizations of the conditions of poverty and pollution endemic to the northern coalfields. A dark print of the photograph, he said in 1948 of Coal Searcher Going Home to Jarrow, added to the effect of darkness associated with the miner's life. This darkness was not only metaphorical, but an actual condition of this landscape. Coal Searcher was first published 10 years after Brandt's visit to the North, concurrently with the nationalization of Britain's coal mines, in a special issue of the magazine Picture Post, dedicated to the post-war economic crisis in Britain. For this print, Brandt accentuated the existing gloom so significantly that the industrial detail of the colliery landscape is almost indiscernible. The chimneys, slag heap, electrical wires, and pithead winding gear that can be glimpsed on the horizon in sharper prints fade into a smoky sky, represented by a hazy surface that seems almost to have been erased. This was a landscape of dissolution rather than one of production, a fact reflected in the tonality of the print. While these documentary images picture everyday life around the mines, Brandt's interest in darkness, smoke, and dust as atmospheric tools obscures detail and instead evokes the condition of the extractive landscape outside the confines of form. Ultimately, waste appears as an unstable, dangerous element, both topographically and pictorially, as evidenced by another photograph from the trip, slag heap in miners' cottages in East Durham, in which a row of miners' homes back onto a looming slag heap that threatens to inundate them entirely. Brandt recognized the precarious nature of life in these towns. There was no space, even a domestic one, free of waste. The wall could crumble at any moment, burying the houses in slag and reducing the entire image to an abstract expanse of dark waste. In the late 1950s, before the nation's attention was drawn to issues of pollution in coal mining areas by Aberfan, Clough, an important British modernist painter, made several trips from her home in London to the industrial towns of the Central Midlands region and later the North. The Midlands area where she spent most time encompassed the famous Black Country outside of Staffordshire, a designation that was, from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, born of industrial darkness, coal mines, waste heaps, and pervasive smoke. Her representation of the coal-laden landscape took up this obscurity as a defining formal feature at a time when this very same landscape was in the midst of a major economic transition. The paintings documented a moment of flux when areas like the Midlands balanced between production, intimated by the industrial infrastructure on the horizon line of industrial landscape in a mining area, and dereliction, a condition evoked by the waste slowly overtaking the composition of slag landscape. Clough painted Midland landscape in a transitional time in her practice. Her work in the late 1940s and early 1950s was largely figural. She painted images of labor, men working as truck drivers and fishermen in factories and in printing presses. In the mid-1950s, she turned away from working figures and began to explore the spaces of industrial fabrication in which they operated. These newer paintings centered production through cranes and gasworks, but also explored waste products generated from these processes: rubbish, scrap metal, and slag. Her Midlands series, painted based on her visits to the area between 1957 and 1960, took up these subjects in an increasingly abstract idiom. The obscurity of paintings like Slag Landscape is, like the haziness of Brandt's photographic prints, one closely related to the polluted byproducts of coal procurement: smoke, slag, and derelict land. Over the course of the Midlands series, Clough brought the viewer into increasingly intimate contact with the overlooked landscapes and materials of Britain's energy production. Her interest in the disintegrative quality of industrial pollution developed in concert with her turn to abstraction. The formlessness of waste and the non-objective image are here intimately intertwined. It helps, perhaps, she told an interviewer in 1982, that so much of industrial material is already abstract. Clough's paintings trouble the perception of waste and pollution as the valueless excess of capitalist systems, a condition of irrepresentability. Waste is not just detritus. Rather, it functions as quantifiable evidence of productive processes. Clough's careful, slow renditions mirror the accumulation of waste production as a painterly method. While these works are not uncritical of extractive processes, Clough balances the problems of waste with an inquiry into its creative potential. Slag Landscape and paintings alike are material evidence of human labor over an extended duration. Finally, I'll turn to Latham, a conceptual artist whose land art project in West Lothian, Scotland in 1975 took place at the apex of deindustrialization. Latham came to Scotland under the auspices of the Artist Placement Group, APG, which was co-organized by Latham and Barbara Stevaney, his wife. APG placed artists with corporate hosts, including the National Coal Board and Esso Petroleum. They hoped that the artists could bring two disparate ideologies of art and of capital into confrontation and, eventually, perhaps, reconciliation. Latham worked with a Scottish government unit that remediated post-industrial sites like these from the recently defunct shale oil industry. While he spent time observing shale heaps from the ground, Latham was interested in the way that they appeared from a different perspective: the air. The aerial view you see on the left of the Nidri slag heap sparked a moment of revelation for the artist. From the air, Latham believed that the waste heaps resolved into the form of a dismembered female body, visible in the diagram at right, a torso, brain, head, heart, and limb. He named it the Nidri Woman and declared the slag heap itself as a form of process sculpture. In many ways, Latham's conceptual project was a return to the documentary idiom that formed the basis of Brandt's work in the 1930s. When he exhibited related work, Latham used photographic media, including the 1947 aerial photographs sourced from ordnance surveys and contemporaneous photographs of the Bing sites taken by fellow artist Rita Dunna, to evidence the scale of dereliction in an extractive landscape. At the same time, Latham was concerned with the material form of the actual waste pile and its surrounding terrain. His career was taken up with a campaign to recognize the site of 5 shale heaps as national artistic monuments. The project sought to reanimate the value of extractive waste through art, pushing back against the fact that Latham noted, quote, "The current view of these heaps is one of shame." Ironically, corporations recognized that the stony waste in the bings did have value as infill. At the time of the so-called discovery of the Nidri Woman, parts of the site were already being processed for use in road construction projects, work that continues to the present day. In a paradoxical twist, Latham's project tried to instill artistic and cultural value on a seemingly valueless site at the same time as this formerly worthless area once again drew industrial interest. As Latham transformed the association of the bings from industrial waste product to artwork, from material to abstraction, he also elided the human labor with which they were created. Quote, "Although the product of unconscious, nearly mindless processes, the sculptural character of the group belongs wholly to a tradition of artistic monuments in the history of man," he wrote. Words like unconscious and mindless betray a desire to obscure the recent history of the industrial landscape. It was a striking omission from an artist who purported to explore problems of labor. Latham dissociated the human form from the male body of the oil shale miner and instead evoked it in the dismembered female body of the Nidri Woman. In addition, then, to anxieties about economic devaluation of land, the slag heap also raised the specter of infertility and ultimately death, anxieties present in Barr's description of the so-called useless landscapes of post-industrial Britain, filled with the corpses of industry. Despite Latham's claims that the Nidri Woman was a monument to human history, his violent reimagining of the landscape cast the site as the bloodied corpse of Mother Nature, expended and left for dead. These 3 projects address slag heaps in distinct ways, as site of subversive labor in Brandt's photographs, as substance of creative pictorial expression in Clough's paintings, and as monument, both explicitly material and dissolved through the aerial image in Latham's process sculpture. All 3 explore the abstraction of waste, while at the same time making a claim that art generated creative value from the byproducts of capitalist production. I'll end by returning to slag landscape. Even if Clough discarded the details of documentary images like Brandt's slag heaps and miners' cottages, what she adopted was Brandt's sense of precariousness, economic, environmental, and ultimately visual. In a more imaginative metaphor, it is as if the slag heap has collapsed and miners' homes lie under layers of brown paint. Indeed, Clough's simplification of the industrial landscape into the texture and scale of the slag heap might have been inspired by the precedent of artists like Brandt, who played with pollution and abstraction within the confines of the documentary format. In Clough's papers, I found a cutting of Brandt's slag heap and miners' cottages, published in the BBC Listener in 1946, a photograph that she kept in her collection for nearly 60 years. For the time being, the caption reads, "There is no labor or machines to clear the unsightly slag heaps." It is less that slag landscape avoids an industrial context, as Latham tries to achieve with the Nidri Woman, than that Clough renders the industrial process in the dramatic terms of a geological event, picturing a landscape overwhelmed by the consequences of extraction, a darkness felt rather than seen. Perhaps it is in this abstracted form, where we cannot discern a difference between fossil waste, landscape, and human intervention, that the true environmental consequences of the mine are visible. Thank you.
We can get Kimberly and Margaret up here as well and have the lights up. I thought I'd just plant a few questions to begin and then open up to the audience. But one of the things that really unifies this group of papers is thinking about landscape as dynamic rather than static, or to think of it not as necessarily frozen in time, but actually having a sense of precarity, that it's unstable at different points. And I wanted to plant sort of a question with each of the speakers, just to have them perhaps elaborate a little bit more. So Kimberly, I was really struck by the term embellishment that appears several times, and thinking about rural figures and rural animals as embellishments, as if somehow, thinking about the ornamental on the landscape, that it's no longer productive in some respects, that you have these anachronistic aspects that are getting inserted. And so I'd like you to, I'll go by each one of you and then allow each of you to respond, but to thinking about the ways in which that could really, talk about the precarity of the pastoral that is so much a part of British identity, that really starts a great deal at this particular moment in time. With Margaret, I kept thinking about the idea of reflectivity, luminosity, and thinking about Patna as a landlocked area, because at the same time, you've got mother of pearl being harvested along the coast in Gujarat and also in the south, and how mother of pearl is fascinating for people back in the Netherlands who are trying to carve it, who are trying to paint it with oils, who are painting over it to try to get some degree of luminosity, or to look to the east of thinking about, that last image you showed of using the reflective qualities of mica itself, that Chinese reverse oil on paint on glass is doing the same thing. There's a series of examples from the early 18th century that are in the Rijksmuseum that actually incorporate mirror glass within these images that also has enamel paint behind them. And so thinking about what happens with the idea that you're landlocked in some respects from either direct trade, although there is obviously some trade coming from Canton. There's some reverse oil being painted in Calcutta at this time. But what's the effect of these outside worlds, in essence, that you might want to think about? And then Toba, that I was really, we oftentimes are just thinking about the kind of ground line or, elevation, that we're always thinking horizontally. And what I like is that you've got three different dimensions going on. You've got what's below that line, what's above the line, and then what's looking down. So there's three different angles at which you are trying to make sure that that idea of the aerial and not simply the digging or the placement on top, that our perspective constantly is changing, and what that might say about a shifting notion of landscape. So I don't know. I mean, those are three things that people could sort of start with and then open it up to the audience.
I will start. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Great question. Picking up on the language of embellishment. It's interesting because that comes up in Pine and it comes up in Hill's prints, but Pine's language that he used to describe why one should use his own book and Hill's prints is because he actually didn't feel like they were embellishment. So that's kind of this interesting kind of irony within it, is that they're using the term embellishment to talk about their own work and its place within landscape as perhaps decorative, and therefore not useful in the sense of, having that, economic utility. But at the same time, asserting within the pages of Pine's book that actually you can't have a useful landscape or an effective landscape without having these features in them, kind of rustic figures or animals. So it's, it's an interesting paradox within that use of the language within it. And I think that, I'm going to push ahead a little bit in using embellishment and, what it comes to be. So one of the ways I came into this topic is very backwards, kind of through later 19th century work and looking at Queen Victoria and Prince Albert's kind of imagery around deer, ones that Victoria produced. She made drawings actually of dead deer that Albert had shot. But Albert also took teeth from the deer that he shot and made them into jewelry for Victoria. So literal embellishment kind of her body. So, I think it's a cycle kind of that this word kind of embellishment that you've picked up on, really has, as you were saying, dynamic and kind of cyclical meanings to it. And that perhaps are, shifting over time, and also kind of, maybe, that term is taking on different valences that, on the surface seem decorative, but then, as you dig deeper, have actual real relevance.
Or could it be art? Right?
Absolutely.
The rustic work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I got interested in paintings on mica because I was previously researching carved ivory from Bengal, sort of further east. And there's sort of a huge popularity of painting portrait miniatures on little sheets of ivory that have this really beautiful luminescent quality to them. And in becoming interested in that, I am trying, hopefully, to in later work to link paintings on mica with paintings on ivory, with reverse glass painting, as well as objects made of mother and pearl, to think about this taste for illumination and reflectivity, primarily in elite interiors in the 18th century in North India. One of the other uses of mica is that it's often embedded in plaster inside of late Mughal pavilions known as sheesh mahals. So these really completely immersive spaces. And I do think that, for reflectivity, I do think that the trade and the circulation of goods that's part of the project of empire is causing artists and patrons to think about these materials in new ways and to look at those material qualities and bring them together in new environments. So, yeah, thank you.
I really love the framing of the vertical topographies, Ned, and it's interesting because often when I say that I work on extraction, the assumption is that a lot of my work is looking at images that are actually underground and subterranean, but in fact, very few of the photographs, paintings, drawings that I engage with are actually showing the interior of the mine because it's very difficult to depict. And so a lot of what I'm thinking about are proxies for how we can determine the scale of these really difficult to see and very large endeavors. And I think that means that often it is about something that is on our part of the landscape or above it, as you say, the aerial image. But within that also comes the question of access. How are artists getting to see the slag heap? It's often far away from where they're living, or if they are allowed underground, what governmental organization or private corporation is allowing them to do that. And that even plays into the question of the aerial image. And John Latham is using military ordnance surveys to look at the slag heap, the slag heaps in West Lothian. So then he's taking on that really bureaucratic perspective of the government. So I think even as you're moving, you're doing it in a way that is by dint of being underground and having the perspective of a miner, or being in the air and having the perspective of the military, one that is engaging with the politics of all these different extractive methods in the period.
So think about archaeology and the ways people are thinking about, in the States of the mound cultures, and then the different formations in the UK and the West Country in particular, in terms of how there's underground archaeology and then there's aerial archaeology, who's looking at all these shapes and things like that, and looking at where white limestone is appearing, chalk, I guess, is appearing, and how these things become visible and recognizable in ways that are very different than when you're on ground level.
Absolutely, and it's something I actually think about a lot with Rita Dunnett, who I mentioned briefly, who took many of the photos for John Latham for the Derelict Land Art Project. And in her own practice in this period, she's adopting aerial surveys of the British landscape to think about ancient archaeological sites. And so I think that that's a story that I'm very interested in integrating with then the project Latham's doing with an industrial site. But they're both part of this long history of intervention in the landscape that is then, the scale is determined by the modern technology of the aerial image, which, by the way, was originally powered by shale oil, or the shale oil industry. So actually that the petroleum too spurred the entire medium in a way. So I think that that's also an interesting just technological move, maybe akin to the mica and the electricity.
Thinking about aerial photography in the Great War, of this idea that making the horrible, the unknowable, the not wanting to know, visible from a distance, and how that does the same thing with slag heaps.
The dematerial.
Yeah. Questions that I know.
Hi, thanks. I had a question for Toba. I grew up in a mining town where these slag heaps were such a dominant part of the landscape, and sort of also part of, I think, northern communities' identity as well, especially post-1985 and sort of closing of all the mines, and sort of this sort of very rose-tinted idea of what this community used to be and what it means to be in that landscape. And I know these works sort of stretch from the 30s to the 70s, and I was wondering, in the last sort of decade and a half of 20th century, is there any attempt to sort of reinterpret what these slag heaps and the space means to the community, not just as, this ecological damage, but also as, this sort of almost valorized space in a way?
And I think that in a way, the answer is that artists aren't necessarily dealing with this question, because the communities, as you say, are really taking it up. And when I mentioned the beginning of these remediation efforts on the part of the government, largely in response to Aberfan, the National Coal Board's asked to determine the relative danger of slag heaps across the UK. And there is actually a lot of tension, especially going into the 70s and the 80s, where the government says, we're going to remediate this and take it away. And the local community says, we actually don't want you to do that. And so there's some examples where the government just goes ahead, but then others where they're turned into parks or community spaces. And I'll just say specifically the example of the West Lothian Bings. And I think actually I brought this slide, so it was fortuitous that you asked, is that they have not been designated as artworks like Latham wanted, but actually as National Historic Monuments. So they are there as a figment of industrial archaeology, and they have all this green that's grown on them and grasses. And there's some really amazing work that scientists in Scotland have done, thinking about the importance of the unique ecology of these slag heaps, and there's all of these plants and animals that live there that don't live elsewhere. So they really, in many cases, have had a very significant life after this almost trauma of the deindustrialization in the moment I'm talking about.
Ned, if you wouldn't mind moving forward one more slide, just in case any of our streamers want to, thank you, just if anybody wants to email in a question. No, it's totally fine. I'm glad that we also saw Toba's slide.
Thank you for a wonderful panel. And I'm actually trying to think about, this idea of extraction across
all three papers, and of course I'm thinking it from, the periphery, shall we say, of the empire, and thinking about the hunt, the deer. I mean, this figure's very large in particularly the Eastern Cape and South Africa, and there are these endless sort of depictions in colonial kind of paintings and things. So I really got me thinking about the combinations, and of course the mica and its circulation and things. And in Toba, in your case, of course, I also grew up in a mining town, Johannesburg. And I mean, Johannesburg is the place that has been theorized and thought about so incredibly in the last 10, 15 years. I'm thinking of someone like Ashila Mbembe's writing about the world below. Kentridge, Kentridge is all about the mining. And in my own lifetime, these, slag heaps of the mining, they were called the tails, variously blew sand into the city and across Soweto. And of course, the sort of way in which the geography of the landscape worked, it blew into the areas where people were poor. And then there was this bug, this plant that was found that could grow over these, and then of course they got remined because they were still full of gold and things. So I think this idea of extraction and appearance and disappearance and stuff, and perhaps that is the peripheral other to the metropolitan coal mine. So I don't know if that's useful, but thank you for three very, very lovely papers.
Hi. So my question is for Maggie, sort of by way of Toba, in that Toba, when you mentioned byproducts, it got me thinking of kind of if the slag heap is byproduct as art, in some cases, the converse of kind of art as byproduct. Thinking about, for example, in the context of India and the East India Company, the production of indigo as a painter's pigment, for example, in watercolor. It was primarily kind of not cultivated for its artistic uses, more for industrial, as a textile dye. So I was curious, you mentioned a little bit about mica's other uses, kind of that architectural use you just mentioned, and how in the later 19th century it was used in electronics. And I'm curious, kind of more during the time period you were discussing, if mica was primarily mined for its artistic purposes, or if that was kind of a byproduct of more of a commercial industrial use of mica, and if kind of the East India Company's presence in India changed, again, before that kind of electronic use, changed how mica was used, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much for that question. The timeline is a little hard to establish with some of the sources that I'm working with, but it does seem that in the earlier period, like at least prior to 1850, mica, especially these large panels of mica, are being used as windows and in various settings. So that seems to be the main non-artistic use. And then, painting on mica is enormously popular, so they are certainly being sold at a kind of large volume. Once, and in the later colonial period, the painting on mica is really written about as sort of suffering the same decline that other arts during the colonial period are experiencing. And my hope is to kind of point out the way that this material actually becomes an enormously important material. And there's sort of a series of ways that once the British take over the production of mica, they allocate it towards electricity. So thank you.
Thank you for three great papers. And I was trying to think of one question that might work for all of them, and it's quite a challenge. But it did seem to me that sort of an issue that might be interesting for all of you to reflect on is the extent to which the act of making the works of art that you showed might or might not relate to the labor processes that you're discussing. In the case of Hills and Pine, the agricultural laborers who are so prominent across all of their works, and then the sort of types of labor that are represented in the mica paintings, and then, of course, the labor of mining as understood in relation to the manipulation of minerals in making works of art. I just wondered how far distant it is to make a work of art from doing those other forms of labor, or how close you might be able to bring it.
Great question. Thank you. I tend to think of Hills's labor kind of as an animal artist, more similar to the labor of the animals that he's painting, rather than other human laborers. So kind of his, more than human kind of companions kind of in the landscape. And, I kind of come to that thinking through, getting an understanding of where Hills's prints themselves kind of fit within that labor system of creating landscape paintings. So, kind of as Hills is watching the deer who are imparked, right, and who are there for pleasure, a lot for viewing pleasure as well as sport, as well as embellishment. I mean, they are decorative features of these deer parks, the main decorative features, together with, other flora and fauna, that Hills is providing that same kind of labor to perhaps someone like Constable, kind of, and others who are kind of taking from his prints those deer or whichever animals, cattle, and putting them in their own compositions.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the sort of archive of paintings on mica is also a history of making and craft history in South Asia. And I do think it is separate in sort of critical ways from the archive of ethnographic prints, because the Patna artists have a viewpoint that is shared with the subjects of their work, and I'm working through how to thread the needle even further to include the miners themselves and to think about the labor done at the mines. And I have yet to find any micas that actually represent miners. So I'm still on the hunt for that kind of material right now. I have kind of Sherwill's one depiction of a mine, and he has a very problematic approach to the sort of ethnographic and racial divisions, caste-based divisions of the people mining in Patna, in the surrounding county, essentially. But I do think this shared vantage point is really critical, and I'm thinking about ways to answer that question. Thank you.
Who cuts it to size and prepares the ground in some respects. That might be getting you closer.
Yes, certainly. And I hope to find more information in that vein. Thank you. Was the mica cut by hand or by machine? I have seen pictures of American child laborers cutting mica by hand and separating the mica. And there are all sorts of British colonial descriptions of how Indian people and Indian children are particularly skilled at doing this by hand. And these sort of, ultimately racist narratives do shed some light on the production. And I do think that we can think about it as a skilled labor that does appear to have been done by hand.
I was very lucky in the spring actually to spend quite a lot of time with one of the cloughs in the YCBA collection, which is Midland Landscape, which I did not show. But when you're near her work, you can really see the layers and layers of paint and her cutting down through them in some parts of the composition, as well as using, as I mentioned, granules of sand that she's picking up outside of her studio, actually in London. So I think for me, there's a way in which artists do that in many compositions that have nothing to do with extraction. But when you have an artist who's approximating something like a slag heap, and she's doing it through this continual manipulation of material and feeling the way that, like a slag heap, it's growing on the canvas, I think that she is looking to the industrial process, and then even if it's in an artistic material, that artistic material then is almost becoming akin to an earthier, more industrial one like the slag. Though I will say that something that is a constant in how I'm thinking about all of these depictions is the question of class, and the artist, for the most part, being from a completely different class than the people that she's depicting, and how that's another gulf. It's a gulf of distance. Clough is going from London to the Midlands, or Latham's going from London to West Lothian, but also that distance of experience. And again, none of these three are, well, I shouldn't say that, because Brandt actually did go down a coal mine for an earlier photography trip for Weekly Illustrated in 1936. But in the project I'm talking about, none of these three artists went actually into the mine. So I think that there's this constant distance, even if I do see in the eventual object some approximation of the kind of labor or the kind of landscape that we're seeing.
We are at time. Thank you so much for that conversation. We will reconvene at 3 for the keynote. So thank you again for a wonderful 2 days of talks that I know will culminate in some wonderful conversation here at the end of the day. I will just lead in and introduce Sir Peter Crane, who is the director of Oak Spring Garden Foundation. He's been a wonderful collaborator on this project. I'm so glad to have worked on it with Oak Spring, and I will leave it to him.
Great. Thanks very much indeed, Sarah. And thank you for inviting the Oak Spring Garden Foundation to be part of this project. We really appreciate this opportunity to bring two halves of the Mellons collecting history together. And I just want to thank you and all of the staff of the YCBA for making this possible. This is a small start, but I'm sure there'll be many ways that we can collaborate together in the future, and we'll say a little bit more about that later. So the three of us have been discussing how we're going to handle this keynote. We've all given keynote lectures. I don't think we've given keynote discussions before. So we've kind of choreographed it a little bit, and it's going to be split into kind of 4 sections where one of our 2 panelists will give a presentation, then there'll be a little time for conversation between the 2 of them, and then for each of those, we're going to open it up to the audience for questions at that point, and we'll move on to the next section. So just to kind of introduce our panelists, I'll do that in the way that we've been doing it all through the meeting. I'll give the 2 introductions now, and then we'll just dive right into it. So Finola O'Kane is professor at the School of Architecture, Planning and Environmental Policy at the University College Dublin, and elected member of the Royal Irish Academy, senior fellow in Garden and Landscape Studies at Dumbarton Oaks. Her books include Landscape Design in 18th Century Ireland, Mixing Foreign Trees with Natives, Ireland and the Picturesque, Design, Landscape Painting and Tourism, 1700 to 1840, and the recent Landscape Design and Revolution in Ireland and the United States, 1688 to 1815, which is published by the Paul Mellon Center back in June 2023. Finola's also published widely on 18th century Dublin, Irish urban and suburban history and plantation landscapes, with the co-edited Ireland, Slavery in the Caribbean, Interdisciplinary Perspectives, also published in 2023 by Manchester University Press. Stephen Daniels is Emeritus Professor of Cultural Geography at the University of Nottingham. He's a Fellow of the British Academy and a Senior Fellow in Garden and Landscape Studies at Dumbarton Oaks. Stephen is co-author and author of a series of publications on the histories of landscape art and design, including Humphry Repton, Landscape Gardening and the Geography of Georgian England, published by Yale University Press. The Iconography of Landscape, Cambridge University Press, 1988. Art of the Garden, Paul Stanby, Picturing Britain, and, drumroll, published this week by Dumbarton Oaks, Landscapes in the Making, edited with Del Upton. Congratulations, Stephen, that's great. So in our first section, Finola is going to lead off. There'll be a few slides, and then there'll be some discussion amongst us, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion. So Finola is going to speak about studies of country houses and landscape in their political and historical context, particularly in the non-English concept, including Ireland and the Caribbean. So over to you, Finola.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, everyone, particularly Sarah, and for the invitation to be here. There's a story about an Englishman asking directions in Ireland and receiving the not-so-helpful remark, if I were you, I wouldn't start from here. But I am going to start, actually, from what I consider to be a kind of Mellon ancestral landscape, which is the borderlands of kind of Fermanagh, Tyrone, where Andrew Mellon emigrated from. And this is also where I began in studies of the country house, because in Ireland, obviously, we have difficult history, really, with the country house, because it was, of course, a symbol of oppression for many sections of society. But it is also the kind of fundamental building block of colonisation, whether in Ireland or in the Caribbean, or in the United States. And it speaks to the centrality of home in how people define themselves and their identity. And then when preparing, I was thinking of this insistence within the title of the Yale Center for British Art of Britishness, and how that's been formulated principally really through the two active unions, first with Scotland and then much later with Ireland, and how visual culture really collaborated with the country house and the depiction of countries, really as sequences of country houses or as domain portraits, we would say. And so I'm very interested in this idea of how identity is formulated in landscape, how it can be formulated cumulatively through series of paintings. And then if you're talking about the design of countries, then how those images are woven together, say, by Paul Stanby, into creating an identity for initially the countries, the separate kind of inner empire countries of the British Isles, and then this concept of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. I'm also here because these are pendant views, and I find them particularly interesting because the one on the right is Samuel Madden's, and you can see his house just in the top right, in the distance, in the top right corner. And here he is kind of commissioning these views. And in the distance there, actually, we're looking north, is Donegal, which is also the site. Ireland's much more comfortable with written culture than with visual culture. And Donegal in the background there is also, I think, a gap within landscape studies, which was really identified by the groundbreaking work of people like John Barrell and Stephen and Dennis Cosgrove in the social formation and the symbolic landscape, the absence of the native voice. And then that great play, translations by Brian Friel, which we had papers yesterday about the overlaying of names and how names create visual images, and how the Ordnance Survey in Donegal did actually go to the trouble of getting the native names, which I imagine they possibly didn't in other parts of the world, or certainly some of the territories we were looking at yesterday, and then change them into a kind of new geography of words, which Friel weaves into a kind of a process of mixed identity. So I'm particularly interested in those kind of mixed identities, landscapes and terrestrials where the dominant voice is being interrupted by other voices or by other languages or by other presences. And that, I think, is the area of country house studies that I find
most, and landscape studies that I find most relevant today, is that these very particular portraits of identity of place and also of the people who commissioned them, and then by extension the people who collected them, the people who put them in the collections, the people who catalogue them, people who turn them into knowledge, that needs to be complicated now by these other voices and these other stories. So I come from the inner empire, but I have then latterly started to move to the outer empire. And this is also because of the complexity, I think. Sorry. Yeah. So, we've been asked also to speak about how we came to landscape, or how landscape study has evolved over the past 30 to 40 years. And again, that Stephen Daniels and Dennis Cosgrove and John Barrell's work in doing that. The dark side of the landscape is obviously the rural poor, the voices which became so present to John Barrell, to the poetry of John Clare and others. This overlap also in the work of John Dixon Hunt and others between the literary tradition and the visual tradition, which is particularly powerful, of course, in the Country House novel. We have a great tradition through Elizabeth Bowen of particular houses speaking to novels and becoming then part of kind of cultural consciousness or national consciousness as well. More recently in Ireland, we have had to engage. I think Ireland likes to have a kind of victim identity, that we're very comfortable with that we were colonised and we had a horrible time for 800 years. But what's actually become clear again is that identity can mutate very quickly, so that when the colonised become the coloniser, then they can, of course, use all those languages, particularly legal languages, that they've learnt to manipulate at home, so that when they go abroad, they can affect very similar patterns in other places, except from the different perspectives of the coloniser. So this is a wonderful Hakewell from the Yale Center of British Art, and he did a lot of views of Jamaica. But in the background there is the Holland estate, and this was Archdecney and Kellyland. These were Irish families who played kind of shapeshifters, like many of the Irish when they moved or had to move out of Ireland, either the Jacobite period, would move to France or would move to Spain, and because they were Catholic, or many of them were Catholic, they could operate very effectively in the other empires. So Irish people become very good at shape-shifting, and I think this is part of the language of translation or of mixed languages or interlinguistic expression, is that you become good at speaking in ambiguously, and that you can use different languages in different places. So we have lots of kind of quotes. I spend a lot of time reading personal letters, which I think are the great untapped sources of, if you're trying to track identity, either the identity of a person or then by larger dimension, the identity of a country or a place, then people express motive and intention very clearly in personal letters, particularly to their siblings, because there's great equality of power frequently between siblings. So we have these letters, these sequences of letters between Irishmen in the Caribbean, and they shapeshift very effectively. So a Protestant Irishman in like John Black in the Caribbean, who was in Trinidad actually, will write home and say, look, I don't care what school you send my daughter to. It doesn't matter to me whether she's Romish or Protestant, actually, because when he went to the Caribbean, those markers of identity shifted and he became essentially a white European. So those larger umbrellas of identity become very useful, and the smaller markers of the inner empire identity, which tends to be terribly sectarian, particularly in Ireland, become irrelevant in the parishes of Jamaica or the parishes of Trinidad, or the clear differences. So here in this Hakewell portrait is also the change of Ayr House, and I'm very interested in these names or these kind of delusions that colonists would convince themselves that they were rising above the plain and attaining a kind of disengagement with that distant. You can just see a gang labourer on the right-hand side, the gang labour system in Holland. This is actually what I'm interested in also, is we have letters from Simon Taylor, was initially a kind of agent for other planters who were sensible enough to become absentee. And the Archdeaconries are of course Irish. They know very well that it's much easier to be absentee and to direct things at a distance. So the Archdeaconries have Simon Taylor, who eventually becomes the richest plantation owner in Jamaica, but he starts off as the kind of factotum who's agent managing for the absentees. And he, so they have this change of air house that Simon Taylor used to elevate himself above the Holland plantation in a way so that he didn't see what was going on in the plains. But we know from his letters, actually, interestingly, that he went to Saint-Domingue, which is the next door island, now Haiti, which is only 300 miles away, to see what they were doing with their water systems. Because my other area, relatively recent area of interest is the different drawing traditions and different ways of organizing empire that are, very evident in the different imperial environments. So I've been looking particularly at the French, because there's so many Irish in the French Empire, particularly in Nantes, Bordeaux, the great kind of seaports, where they all left from Cork and Waterford, and Walsh's ship, Antoine Walsh, was the largest slave trader in Nantes. He was Irish, and he brought a ship to take James II after the Battle of the Boyne back to France. So these are the kind of drawings that the French state produces, and I think they're very interesting in contrast to the Hakewill, and they're also very familiar to me because I was trained as an architect. So these are essentially construction drawings. It has to be possible to measure from them so that you can have a bill of quantity, so that your quantity surveyor can cost it effectively. But they're also speaking to a very different geography, because compared to Europe, this is an earthquake condition. So foundations and soil and deep engineering become, not only are they produced by engineers, despite being very beautifully watercolored and very beautifully designed and composed, but the key technology is the deep pile engineering that they've decided is going to make this stable to run their great canal system in that flat plain. So my two case studies here, I like case studies a lot, are these similar flat plains, both possible to do very French engineering and canalization systems in them, but a very different way of drawing them and then of representing them to the metropole back home. So this is the École de Ponts et Chaussées. The other great difference in governance between imperial systems is that the French kept everything in Paris. They managed everything. Saint-Domingue was a department of the French state. So it's totally centralized system. Everything has to be drawn very perfectly and then sent out. And these drawings are actually done by a team, Dosé Verren, 2 civil engineers who were called in. The planters in Saint-Domingue have been doing schemes. The Artibonite plain is a great plain in Saint-Domingue that they've identified as ideal for sugar production. So the planters initially start doing kind of amateur schemes themselves, or semi-amateur kind of drawn schemes, and then Paris eventually has to adjudicate on the local schemes, and they do this by sending Dosé and Verren to do and to do this perfect, very beautiful 10 drawings that are now in the Archives de l'Outre-mer, where they are. And here is the plan. I'm showing you this is French kind of spatial planning or landscape planning, very comfortable with designing at a large scale. On the right-hand side, at a very small scale, you can see what I've just shown earlier, which is the prise d'eau, where they're going to divert the river into their canal system. And this then feeds all the plantations with water, because this is a desert, and without the irrigation scheme, they can't grow the sugar. But so the mountain of tranquility is up above it, and this kind of viewpoint of the plantation system, of the grievous and horrible enslavement of I think it's 90% is the slave population in Saint-Domingue. It's the highest in the Caribbean. It's also the highest population. It's 500,000 people in the island as a whole. So 90% of 500,000 are enslaved just before the revolution, and this is when these schemes have come to pass. Now, what they also are very interesting, I'm very interested also in their concept of cane, of the vin de Caen. They call it the wine of cane. And so on the left there, you can see the actual sugar fields that are generated by the canalization program. And so the Bordeaux, the translation from Bordeaux of the vineyard plan becomes the sugarcane plan. So these empires are being strategized from different locations. Jamaica has most of its plans, drawings, as Higman has shown in his wonderful books on Jamaican plantations, and then also the wonderful book that was produced by Yale on Isaac Mendes Belisario. And because we have a wonderful domain series in Ireland in Westport of Jamaican plantations. So you start to see these similar kind of conceptions of islands, and Ireland is an island, how you survey them, how you plan them, how you slowly develop them into monocultural agriculture. So that's my most recent venture into landscape space in the Caribbean. But again, the inner empire being projected out. And then I think it's imperative to listen or to find the native voice, and then to find the kind of inner or the desired identity that the person has. And this can shift over time. So a lot of people are Irish in Ireland, but might be British in other contexts because it might be more useful to them, or they might switch to being French if they've come via Nantes. So people's identity is not fixed. It's very fluid in the 18th century, depending on where you are and what's the advantage of being somebody else. So it changes. And these drawings, I think, are about that kind of a mutating, kind of shape-shifting world of initially Ireland, but then the Caribbean, and that those kind of borderland conditions, because Lough Erne, where Andrew Mellon was not far from, it's still an Irish borderland. And actually I was looking at the negotiations for the Irish border in 1922, and it was supposed to be kind of formulated on a basis of inhabitants. You know, if the majority of the inhabitants of an area were Catholic, then they would move the borderline. But there's a very interesting argument made in the Boundary Commission, where the natural line of Lough Erne, that distant view we can see of the mountains to the south, which is where most of the Catholic population had been planted to during the plantation period, that starts to be used in a very long legacy of 18th century landscape painting. That kind of framing of Lough Erne as an integrated whole landscape starts to drive the logic of the Boundary Commission, that of course it should be within the north of Ireland, because we couldn't possibly break this very powerful landscape view of Lough Erne, which you can track all the way back to those Thomas Roberts paintings. So it's still alive. The legacy of landscape and of the way you see landscape, the way you construct a nation, is still a live element in the inner empire today.
Oh, that's and we will keep moving. Stephen, would you like to say anything in response to some of that, and then dive straight into yours, and we'll have the questions.
Thanks very much. I mean, by standing in Ireland, as it were, particularly if you read Fino's books, it just gives you a completely different perspective on British landscape art. I think particularly also the way that there's a tendency in British arts, in British historical studies of the Atlantic world and the Caribbean, to just think of the British Caribbean. But what this work does is to make you think about it as an international imperial theatre, and particularly with these shape-shifting Irishmen moving between different dominions. I've got a few comments on the Thomas Roberts. You've got that those two works produced for two different landowners, and that's was seen in the standard book on Roberts as being unusual, right? And why are these two landowners being brought together? Well, the obvious answer is that they were exhibited as pendants in London at the Society of Artists. So I think what I'm interested in is the kind of public for these, because clearly there's a public in London, and there's a touring public who go to this place, and there is, as it were, a touring public of the London galleries too. So I'm interested in the relationship between, the landscapes on the gallery wall as a form of excursion or tourism, and the actual physical landscape. So can you just say a bit about the tour?
The tour. Well, the tour, again, of the kind of 3 nations or 4 nations of the British Isles. What is that? Oh, right. Yes, well, I think the edge countries become very important as the beautiful, these various terms are defined. People have put George Barrett's or, various people in the Wicklow Mountains. And I think that cross-section or the sharp gradient that's evident in many of the landscapes which start to define both the Scottish tour and the Irish tour is this the middle ground and then the distant ground of the highlands of the sublime. So where you find these ideal landscapes moves away from the core or from England towards the edge countries, and then people have to tour them to find these cross sections, to find these gradients where you find it at Killarney, you find it at Lough Erne, and you find it in Wicklow. So particular places start to be identified as tourist landscapes where people who've been to either the shows in the Royal Academy or the ones in Dublin, which would kind of imitate it, usually set up by the Lord Lieutenant, that then those landscapes have to appear because they are they officially define these categories, and then people tour them to find those categories, which are at the edge, not at the centre.
It's interesting that the Hakewill, Hakequill's picturesque views of Jamaica, 1825. The watercolour you shown was not published then, but it clearly was part of work that he was there for 2 years touring the island. And interesting, you say you'd like the testimony of the people. What's extraordinary about the preface to that, where Hakewill says, the picturesque must be political and socially engaged, is that he actually records interviews with slaves. Mm-hmm. It's really unusual because it's unusual to get it. And of course, what he's intent to do is just to say how well they're doing, right? Much better than British labourers, right? They are slaves in name only, and it's a kind of defense of slavery, but he performs a kind of ethnography. Mm-hmm. So he's not just talking to the landowners, but he's trying to give that kind of view from below. So that's one comment. The other point is watercolour and the use of aquatint, because I'm reminded of Douglas Fordham's recent work on aquatint and empire, and the way that aquatint is brilliantly designed to glamorize empire, to the point where a lot of the kind of infrastructure you're talking about in the French is just invisible in the Hakewill print. So could you just say something about the different visual codes that you've got here?
Well, I do think there's a difference between the British picturesque and the much later form of the French picturesque. Like William Beckford in his book on Jamaica says that essentially the flat, which would be the same case in Britain, the flat landscapes can't be picturesque. So he has to find areas of Jamaica which are generally the very non-productive areas. They're not the flat sugarcane fields like the Plantain River Valley that are categorized as Jamaican picturesque. But it's always a bit convenient also in Ireland, the same thing happens because one of the strongest kind of pro-slavery arguments is that the slaves are treated, are much better off than the Irish poor. And this becomes, increasingly evident that that's the case by the time of the famine. So, I mean, in Ireland, you're also trying, a lot of the paintings are also trying to avoid, particularly in the west of Ireland, views of poverty. And I think Hakewill, certainly in that view, and in other views, and the ones that are now missing, we also have lots of missing Irish views, saved from the Lord Lieutenant's exhibition, that were clearly kind of revolutionary views that have conveniently been lost. And I think the same large-scale organizational views that Hakewill did, which would be much more like the French tradition, are also lost, the ones of the large-scale valley systems. So they either, I'm suspicious that, I think that there's more than a kind of natural loss of images that occurs over time. I think some images are very deliberately maybe destroyed because they don't fit in with certain narratives. Certainly in Ireland, you've burning cottages and pseudo generals. In Ireland again, like the rebels will be named after the British general, so they will all have fake titles, and any imagery with the fake military man tends to disappear after the revolution.
So, Stephen, I'm going to keep you moving on to your piece now. And I want to move to your piece and bring this back to England now. Okay. Otherwise, we're never going to get through all of this.
Whoops. Okay, thanks very much. So I'm just going to just put up two works from one from Oak Spring and one from the British Art Center. Two works by Repton and Turner, and they take us to the northern English landscape of early 19th century Leeds, and it's an estate and an industrial site. And that's a combination, as Finola is showing, that's envisaged in views of Caribbean plantations for the processing as well as growing of crops. I mean, one of the things that we're learning with in a sense, the restatement of Eric Williams' thesis on slavery and capitalism is that how central slavery was to industrialization. So this is from the Armley Red Book, which I first read with Bunny Mellon hovering in the background at Oak Spring on one side and a Rothko on the other. It's to the west of Leeds, and it was purchased by Paul Mellon in 1965 and one of four. And this is a view of the park at Armley from the main road. And at the centre is a water-powered woolen mill, and it looks pretty enough, meadows and woods, but it's a Leeds landmark, and it was the world's most productive and technically advanced spinning mill, steam-heated, gas-lit, and the client's house is on the hill, rebuilt in the proposals from a small villa to a 3-story, highly fenestrated mansion. Now this is a landscape about windows, right? Now the whole point about windows in a lot of mansions too is that they were meant to be seen from the outside, not the inside, and lit up, and they were like beacons. If ever you passed Hardwick Hall on the M1 or Woollerton Hall, which is the motif of this conference, when the sun is designed so the sun catches it from the west and it lights up like a beacon. And that's exactly what these two would be doing. So a country house lit up for a ball would be an absolutely intimidating, spectacular sight. So the Oak Spring Red Books were borrowed for the Repton Bicentenary in 2018 at the Garden Museum. And there we also designed a video animation of the Armley Red Book to display the affiliations of Red Books with scenographic devices such as magic lanterns, peep shows, transformation prints, and transparencies. And what we're going to show is a short extract voiceover by Jeremy Irons, the voice of Brideshead Revisited on BBC television, playing Repton.
In every place in which I was consulted, I found that I was gifted with the peculiar facility of seeing, almost immediately, the way in which it might be improved. And I only wanted the means of making my ideas equally visible or intelligible to others.
Yeah, keep that.
With maps and such sketches. The principal views from Armley House may be confined to that towards the east. We must therefore embellish the landscape by every improvement of which it may be found capable. These I shall consider technically under three distances of the painter, viz. the foreground, the landscape, and the off-skip, beginning with the latter. The off-skip, the part of the landscape that recedes into the distance, consists of the busy town of Leeds, softened by its misty vapour, and the bold rising ground beyond it, in which, in a clear atmosphere, becomes an interesting background to that part of the picture over which the landscape gardener has no power. However, the landscape painter may harmonise it with the sky of his picture. The landscape, or middle distance of this scene, consists of water and buildings, richly accompanied by wood. The prominent feature of this scene is the large building, which at such a distance can never fail to be an interesting object in daylight, and at night presents a most splendid illumination of gaslight. I'm not
So Repton turns into Rite of Derbies in the Red Book, and it's fascinating because they were visualizing what was in the text of the Red Book. And two symposiums by Rebecca and Anne earlier on in panel 3 on the optics of windows and mirrors that throw light literally on Repton's designs for Armley, because the proposals for the conversion of the house envision a scene that Repton later published. All right, yeah. I'm trying the slide after the video.
The principal.
That's it. We've seen it earlier today. A scene, and this corresponds exactly to the Armley Red Book, a scene for the elegant and rational enjoyment of modern life. It's a satirical image of the modern and the spectacular, but it's as modern as the view of the gaslit factory. Gott was a leading art patron as well as industrialist and host of cultural gatherings, and he grew rich on exporting cloth from steam-powered mills in the Americas for Europe at war, particularly for military uniforms. He managed to clothe both sides in the Napoleonic Wars, and Repton rather reviled him as a typical war profiteer and never mentioned him. But I think this is it, because when I looked at it again, what I noticed is that the figure sitting at the table flirting with the young woman is dressed in the uniform of the Leeds voluntary military, keeping order in the town of Leeds, because there was quite a lot of industrial rest. There were a lot of images you could buy, a bit like baseball cards or cigarette cards of men in uniform at the time, and there's an infantryman in the far distance. So Repton's designs are now being situated more in terms of international imperial history, and I think Armley too might be mapped onto those global networks trade and theatres of war. Next, Repton's Humphry Red Book and this watercolour of Leeds by Turner were my entree into art history as a historical geographer of 19th century industry. And this work seems to have been commissioned by a clerical author, but it wasn't published. And perhaps because it didn't fit with the narrative of essentially antiquarian narrative of Leeds. It's a wonderfully detailed picture, and really the thing that got me interested, are the two figures on the left with a lot of cloth. I mean, the entry suggested they might be putting up a country fair. What they're doing is hanging newly washed and woven cloth to dry. And it's the end of a long line of tenterframes. So it's been suspended on the tenterhooks, as they were called, to dry. And it's a wonderfully detailed picture. And it's one that, if you know about that, as I did and as Turner did, it just changes the meaning of the picture. It's not just a factual image, it also cross-references history of the city, that kind of thing. My piece on it was published in Turner Studies in 1986, and I really saw it as the nation, as a people, as well as a place, all social ranks. Subsequent commentators have been less optimistic, seeing there's more sense of social critique. And reading the piece again, it seems a very 1980s take on Turner in terms of that wonderful expansion of landscape as an interdisciplinary study, which invited people like me from completely different disciplines in, that we might have something to say. It was a wonderful moment. But also I've been trying to think about the 1980s as a wider world at the time, as a piece of history, Thatcher and Reagan and deindustrialization. So I'm trying to think about this picture too. When I first published about it, in terms of actually the economy of that time. I think the thing about Turner is that there's a Turner for every time, is that different preoccupations you can always see in Turner. And so Turner has been part of the history of slavery, history of the pandemic, and more recently, an environmental Turner. And this picture was owned by John Ruskin, and he owned it just before he wrote The Storm Cloud of the 19th Century. And so it may be one of those Turners which was inspiring him to think about industrial capitalism. But next year, which is the bicentenary of Turner, there's going to be a lot of thinking about the ways that Turner is read differently at different times.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Finola, you want to make a brief comment, and then there's an opportunity for you to ask some questions from the audience.
Yes, Stephen, I've just been thinking about this wonderful corpus of work stretching, from conclusively in many ways about Repton and then into Turner, and how that aligns with the positivity we used to have, or certainly in my school days we used to have, about the British Industrial Revolution, which was generally, the reason given why Ireland was so poor was that we unfortunately did not have any extractive industries that would generate slag heaps, and which now would be such a problem for tourism. But when you were talking about Repton, I was wondering, also in the light of the kind of the collapsing mentality of tourists, when they're greeted with an environment which they think is possibly not improved or not really, a positive picture. Is there any doubt in Repton in certain contexts? Does he exhibit?
Yeah, I mean, that's what attracted me, because Repton is full of doubt. And again, you mentioned how important letters are. It's interesting to read the Red Books with the usual obsequious kind of address to the owner, with the correspondence usually to his family. His son was an architect, just saying what awful so-and-so was, or, God was an upstart profiteer, and, and God wears Leeds, right? I mean, he's completely out of his comfort zone. He's a man from Essex, right? And he's, by 1810, he has to take the money where he can. And so he is full of kind of doubt and critique. And also the Red Books are conversations, really. They're not just him telling the client what they want. They're often records of conversation. So that point, that phrase about a wonderful illumination by gaslight and that kind of thing, I picked up the same phrase in the client writing to his son. Right? So they're clearly multivocal, the Red Books. They're not just Repton prescribing. And I think he's a designer who has a very different relationship to his clients than someone like Capability Brown, who never wrote much, just laid it all down. But they're shot through with anxiety.
And I think one of the interesting things about that Armley Red Book, and that Jeremy Irons gets to at the end there, is that Repton says, you're on the outskirts of Leeds now, but that's not going to last. And he points to landscapes that have already been enveloped by the spread of Leeds. And of course, Armley now is thoroughly embedded in the outskirts of Leeds. So he was kind of looking forward to, not only looking forward to how his landscapes would mature, but also how the broader landscape would develop into the future.
Yeah, in the animation, they have a map advancing on Armley. Armley gets taken over. The house never gets built to Repton's proposals. It becomes a golf club. It becomes a public cafe. And it's where Alan Bennett lived. So Alan Bennett is an Armley citizen. And the way that it's come back is really, they reopened the mill as an industrial museum. So you now see the Armley landscape from the mill. So you're looking up, right? Rather like on the Holland estate, you've got those two kind of views.
Well, that's great. So there is an opportunity now for comments or questions, and then we're going to dive into another couple of segments from Finola and Stephen. So questions, comments, thoughts? Anyone on the web out there? Obviously stunned into silence. There's one right there. Good. Excellent. Thank you.
Is this on? Hi, I'm Charlotte Leib. I'm in the history department at Yale and originally was trained in landscape architecture, so I have a strong interest and have read all of your works. I hadn't known that Repton was profiting from what we might call as like war capitalism, or the kind of ways of war during this time, constant revolutions in different countries. So I'd be curious to learn more about how we should think about Repton. I think I heard you say, Stephen, that he was kind of profiting from all of these wars through his clients, right, through the way he was paid. So I'd be curious just to know more about that. And then for Finola, I know in your book, Landscape and Design and Revolution, you fixate often on also how bodies were positioned in space during the revolution, and there are these kind of route reversals and festivals that are important to disrupting how people perceive what's possible in a landscape. And so, Repton is doing this constantly too through his Red Books. So how can we think about how bodies are positioned and repositioned through actually the funds that are coming from these wars, like back in these elite spaces, right? What is this transiting of capital and kind of positioning in the landscape that is happening?
My feeling is bad. It's kind of a
I think I got most of it, and you can add in. So for you, thinking about Repton profiting from not directly as a war profiteer, but still working with these clients and thinking about him in those contexts of these kinds of ages of revolution and war, how we can maybe be replacing him with our knowledge of war profiteering and of revolutions in this period. And then for Finola, I just kind of ran out. Would you like to repeat some of it? Or
no, it's fine.
Coming to the question, but I'll let you interpret.
Well, I'm very interested. When I started looking at revolution, I think, like many Europeans, thought immediately of the French. You know, that the origin is, partly with the French, and of course the American Revolution is earlier than the French. So we have this innate kind of supposition, I think, most Europeans, that everything in Europe comes first. And even when that's patently not the case. And the same thing, I think, happens spatially, that you order your spatial experience in the order that you have experienced it. So when that's consciously broken, like when people deliberately start reading Europe using American comparisons, like especially returning Irishmen from America will start to look at Dutch landscapes and say, oh, that's very like Philadelphia. And that kind of, I think, breaking of traditional narratives is very interesting. So doing things in reverse order, I think, when there is an established order, like the Grand Tour had an established order in Europe, and then, when you're coming at something from a different point of view or from the wrong way to look at it, then I think that changes your perception of it. So that's what I was trying to track.
Stephen, do you want to say something about Repton's clients?
Yeah. He has an enormous range of clientele, and part of his project was to, was to work with that notion of what was called polite society, and that is that an aristocrat and a merchant like God, or a physician, could, in a sense, be part of the same culture. And it was, in a sense, what a city like Bath was designed to do. It was designed to level down those kind of, those kind of distinctions. So he's trying to do that, but in a sense, the differences are breaking through all the time. And he starts out, thinking he's a kind of gentlemanly confidant, but it becomes quite clear that he's a kind of contentious figure. So he's often accused of, appealing to women in the house at the expense of the male client, and he often gets critiqued for an over kind of feminized kind of design, to the point where it would lose money. I mean, one of Byron's friends, the reason he says Byron shouldn't marry is the first thing your wife will do will be to get Repton in to wreck your estate. Right? It's that kind of thing. And he, by 1810, I mean, he's becoming, relatively, he's having to chase work, wherever he can. So, that kind of smooth confidence that he has sort of in the 1790s goes, and that's what makes it interesting, because that's, it's precisely the tension that produces the sources. It is that often when you don't have the sources, it's a problem. But clients are not paying, various kind of things, that kind of thing. So he's in quite a precarious position, and he's coming to landscape gardening relatively late, in his mid-30s, after a series of broken sort of ventures. So he makes a lot of money very quickly, but then he nearly loses it all.
by the end of this one. Any other questions, comments at this stage? Last call. Okay, we'll move on to the second part of this. And just before we do that, I'd like to say a little bit about the Oak Spring Garden Foundation, because we haven't really talked about that. It is a legacy of the Mellons, of course, but it's a legacy of Mrs. Mellon in a way, rather than Paul Mellon. Paul Mellon dies in 1999, and Mrs. Mellon dies at the age of 103 in 2014. And the Oak Spring Garden is really the beneficiary of her legacies, which were not only a wonderful endowment, such as the YCBA also has, but the land, now currently about 700 acres. I often say we have more buildings than we have employees. We have about 80-some buildings on the site, including the buildings associated with the main residence and the formal glass house. We have a wonderful garden that Mrs. Mellon tended and that's been reconstructed. And then, of course, we have the library, which is where the main intersection is with the collections of the Yale Center for British Art, the amazing collections here. And the collection is really very different. It's not an art collection, but of course it does contain a lot of art. But it's very much focused around plants, gardens, and landscapes, and the way that they intersect with art, but also in the way that they document how we have come to know plants particularly over the last, let's say, 4 to 5 centuries, and how we've come to use plants in gardens and in landscapes. So the focus of the foundation really is on plants, gardens, and landscapes, which includes considerations of how we've come to know about the world of plants and how it is developing and how it might be managed in the future. The artistic components, all the way from, let's say, traditional botanical, documentary botanical art, all the way through to garden design and landscape art. Practical horticulture, the practice of horticulture. Mrs. Mellon was very much a practical gardener. And then the relationship that we're touching on today between plants and society, plants and sustainability, plants, the uses of plants for food and for many other purposes. And it's a very interesting collection. Many in this audience will know the Dumbarton Oaks collection, part of which it also has a focus on gardens and landscapes. And in a way, as Therese has spoken about, there's a very interesting triangle between Rachel Hunt in Pittsburgh at the Hunt collection, Mildred Bliss at Dumbarton Oaks, and Rachel Mellon, all collecting not exactly at the same time, and not exactly in the same areas, but very similar areas. And so these three collections together, I think, are a really interesting resource for people who are interested in plants and their broader interface with society and how we've come to know about them. So on that topic, let's turn to the second part of this discussion. And I'd like to ask Finola to talk a little bit about sugar, Caribbean, and we'll have a conversation around that.
Thanks, Peter. So this is the book from Oak Spring. It's Jacques Dutrom's he was a physician, and he produced this book to analyze sugarcane and the best ways of producing it. So it has these series of illustrations around 6 or 7 plates. First of all, it starts, of course, with a very good botanical drawing and description, cross-section, the stages of growth of the sugarcane, which became, of course, the dominant plant to many of the sugar islands to the extent that it gave them their name. And then on the right-hand side is his improved method for producing it, which manages to bring into one building all the functions that had been kind of splintered into different buildings, the boiling house and the mill house. And so they're all brought in together. And then he has this kind of production line of crystallization chambers, he calls, which look actually slightly like the structure of the sugarcane, I think, that he's growing into this, what you might imagine is an indefinitely long building. He also has other diagrams, which I haven't shown here, and which are very economic ones as to the calculation of the exact number of labor days which will be saved if we move from the old way of doing sugarcane to this new way of doing sugarcane. And so I think that these books and these libraries, and particularly Uxbridge and Dumbarton Oaks and the Mellons who funded them, and the Blisses, and these women seemed to understand very well that all these things were connected, and that you also need image and text. It's very hard, although art historians are, of course, the masters at it, to analyze images on their own with no text. And so these kind of books that use images and text so effectively to, in this case, argue for a different kind of labor practice in the Caribbean, but that had to be kind of proven to these economic calculations of days. And the same thing occurs, I suppose, in the French, in their very careful calculation of area of ground or soil to be moved during the canalization, because that translates directly into money. And so these books, I think, and collections of these books are extremely valuable to connect places like the Yale Center for British Art, or places that mightn't have a focused collection of garden books where you can read them all on, ensemble in an environment that encourages you to think about the connection between the actual garden and the writings on the garden, and that there are also people there like yourself or like the gardeners in Dumbarton Oaks who can explain, why a small gesture like how you plant the sugarcane cutting, as you say, and how deep that hole has to be. And I remember receiving all these very detailed questions in Dumbarton Oaks about potatoes and like, what exactly did a lazy bed do? Which embarrassed me because actually I didn't know a lot of that detail. And these gardeners, because they'd actually practiced, were able to imagine much more clearly than I could what it was like to garden, like what it was like to really depend on a potato bed, or in this case, a sugarcane. So I think it's very important that we remember the connection between image and text, which of course there are journals which do that explicitly. But as Stephen said, that we also need sources. We need sources that speak very clearly about motive and intention. And without writing and language, it's hard to do that. Visuals are more powerful, I think, with subsidiary sources to explain them. And if you can build an argument using all those sources, and historians, I think, are slowly coming around to this fact that, visual sources in many contexts are telling stories that people have either erased from the archive, particularly with slavery. So you have to have these subsidiary sources to extract a convincing kind of narrative and a truthful narrative as to what these places were actually like.
There's a lot of discussion about the voices that are kind of not represented in the discussions that we've been having. And so I just take the example of sugarcane. I think it would be very easy for us to see sugarcane through our collections as a kind of a Caribbean cash crop, fundamentally dependent on slavery. But there's a whole kind of prehistory of sugarcane that is not recorded in those books, and that it's also important to remember. There are actually 3 species of plants that are involved in commercial sugarcane that hybridize to some degree, but the most important of which are actually from South Asia, not from the New World. and had been, in fact, the species that's cultivated has its main origin in Papua New Guinea and was moved around in the Pacific and in the Indian Ocean for millennia before Europeans made their way into those environments. So there's a kind of prehistory there. And of course, sugarcane is one of those crops that's very easy to move around because you can move it around in a vegetative state. You don't have to take it as seeds, you simply take it as cuttings, and it's clear that that's how it moved around in prehistory, and it was introduced into the New World very, very early in the 16th century. So these stories are always incomplete to some degree, but I think, as Finola points out, the collections at Oak Spring can give us a new perspective on some of the art and are useful in terms of building the kind of context in which we view these works. So now on to Stephen.
Oh, no, I think
have you got?
I have a few.
Okay, good.
Few pictures just to try and So these are again also images of travelers or how people travel, how plants travel, the kind of drawings that people do or were trained to do, in this case military training, in how to identify and draw islands quickly before you actually landed and could survey them. So this is Samuel Vaughan, who is of course very famous for producing the key drawings for Mount Vernon, or the key plan drawings for Mount Vernon. But Samuel Vaughan initially came from Waterford in Ireland and travelled to the United States via London and then via Jamaica, where he had a lot of plantations of his own. This is him travelling as quite a young man. And so, I mean, it's that European, that perspective that all Europeans initially had of these kind of islands, which is a distant kind of abstraction that is heavily informed by military kind of strategic thinking. Where can we land? Where will we be safe? Where will we build a fort? And those tendencies reappear in all kinds of drawings. So I've always thought of tourism as a kind of very late stage of this kind of military mindset, but it still contains those seeds of abstraction. And when you're a tourist, you're also glancing over large areas of the landscape that you or the books or the images have decided are not particularly interesting for you as a tourist. And this is another of my travelling Irishman, Isaac Weld, who came to the States to do a kind of tour, which he was going quite a young man, very grumpy young man, and he was fixated then when he reached the border between the United States, a great border condition, which I always pester people with in Montreal. And, you know, what do you think about, it's a very Irish question, what do you think about the border? But Isaac Weld, as a travelling Irishman, was also fixated on the kind of the lack. He was an Irishman, but he was a highly conservative kind of royalist Irishman. So he didn't like the idea of equality at all, which he found in the United States. And he complains a lot about the fact that at an inn, they were insisting that everyone would be served equally and probably in order. And he was then very, very happy when he crossed the border into Canada, and whatever innkeeper was over there identified him as a highly important person. So he got served first. So this was a strange argument to use for the advantages of inequality. But he also then very carefully draws these, and these were digitized, or I didn't know that they'd been digitized. So it's wonderful, the continuous kind of digitization program of all these images. So he also does the reverse travel experience, and that he goes to the Americas first and then comes back to Europe and does a kind of traditional tour of Killarney, arguing very strangely that Killarney, you know, is kind of similar in scale and interest to the whole of America, which, you know, really very silly. And then he goes on to Europe and does a traditional grand tour down to Rome and Italy, and does the really wonderful drawings of Naples and old Rome. So he does the complete opposite kind of trajectory, which is interesting. here he's thinking specifically, and again, I'm reading these in light of his comments about inequality, that the one on the left where everyone is kind of crammed into a kind of American stagecoach and is probably all equally uncomfortable is contrasted then with the Canadian kind of way of transportation, where these two gentlemen are being well driven and well considered by their driver. And so he's very alert to these differences, and borderlands are always moments, I think, where people happens as well. The only border on a Caribbean island is on Saint-Domingue, between the Spanish Caribbean and the French Caribbean. And it's at those moments, Moreau de Saint-Méry is this wonderful, wonderful writer, French writer, whose work has never been fully translated into English, which I think is just an extraordinary omission by the English-speaking world of not translating the kind of central pieces on French colonization. He does these extraordinary detailed descriptions of every single part of Saint-Domingue. And he, of course, is particularly alert at the border condition in trying to identify exactly what's different. The Spaniards have far too many monks. And then when he moves into France, or into the French Caribbean, it's much more organized and they're making a lot more money. There's a lot more industry, which is also a kind of shorthand for a lot more enslavement, a lot more plantations, probably a lot more cruelty, everything. But in that context, he approves of this contrast with the border. And Isaac Weld is identifying this kind of difference between America and between the United States and Canada at this very precise moment. But as an Irishman, is also kind of betraying himself in what he fixates on in a particular landscape.
Yeah, I mean, these pictures bring to mind just how important transportation is to landscape, and also the tendency when studies of mobility to think that people are just moving past. They're moving past in a particular way on a particular space, right? On shipboard, and the role of artists on shipboard, and also the implications for landscape of different carriages, particularly in the 18th and early 19th century. And it's extraordinary, the difference between a gig, a phaeton, a barouche box, a jaunting car in Wicklow. The landscape, the speed will be different, the social composition will be different, the sociability on the vehicle will be different. Are you facing people? Do you know these people? Are you on a public stagecoach, right? And all of those things are as important as the infrastructure of roads or harbours or that kind of thing. I mean, you can read the entire novels of Jane Austen through different forms of transportation, and you can then read the character of different people depending on what vehicle they've got, how they drive it, right? That kind of thing. But it's an absolute key that I think, I mean, it's been touched on in a number of studies of landscape, but I think is really ripe for looking at in detail, and the technologies of transportation. So, I can see the issues of Canada and the USA matter in terms of maybe inequality or whatever. All those issues on the British mainland are absolutely there, exactly the same issues. Repton used to draw on the carriage, and so it was absolutely vital to his work. It was how he went about his work.
Fionnuala, another comment on that?
Yeah, no, I think they're also very interesting spaces in terms of mixed languages as well, because I've recently been doing work on poems that were written in Irish and English, and macaronic poems. They were subversive poems in that one line would be written in English, the next line would be written in Irish, the next line would be written in English. Now, obviously, the reception of those is predicated on the fact that only the bilingual people in the audience will understand them. And in stagecoaches, there are various tourists who write about their experience on the interior of a stagecoach, where they suddenly become alert, which is not as conspicuous in the 18th century, an interest in native languages. There's only one tour of Scotland written in Scots Gaelic, none in Ireland. But in the space of a carriage, there's a moment where this particular tour guide writes about this kind of bilingual singing that's going on between two people. And he suddenly becomes aware that there is another world and that there's forms of expression that he can't fully understand. And it's a wonderful moment, first of all, that he acknowledges it, but also, I think, finding that the landscapes where the languages are mixed is possibly the next frontier almost in language and in landscape and language studies, that we need to move to a kind of more multilingual environment, and that reading spaces and landscapes where identities are flipping or are mutating or are can't be either British or French or Irish or American, that they're actually a mixture. And then also environments where, or sources where you get the layers of the different, like in that poem, one line English, one line Irish, one line, totally mad in many respects, because you're eliminating at least half your audience. But again, you can have these mixed messages or subversive messages where, the English lines can be contradicting completely the Irish lines. And so there's a humour or there's a wit or there's a satire that some of the audience get and some of them don't get. And I think there are still probably images and landscapes and language environments that we still need to decode. And those are the most exciting environments that I think we will work on in the future.
Stephen. Okay, I just, my last section. Have you got the...
Oh.
Okay, so we were asked also to think about what we'd be doing and how it might connect with the kind of issues that you've all raised today. My own current interest is in sand and gravel landscapes, and that obviously connects with the issues in panel 4. And this picture is just about 5 inches by 4. It's tiny in the Yale Center, and I've never seen it this large, and it works, right? Just fantastic. By John Linnell. We've heard about John Linnell earlier on. And who was Linnell? He was one of a group of young British artists in the early 19th century, and he was focusing on landscapes undergoing development on the outskirts of London in a period of rapid industrialization. So they're sketches of building sites, and they're later annotated, as you can see on the bottom right of the picture, in the artist's hand, with the names of the places that the sites became. So they're forms of urban history, and Linnell has annotated them later. And this picture is called Foundations of Stratton's Chapel. And you think, Stratton's Chapel, is that some kind of storefront church? Yeah, it was monumental. It was one of those huge churches near Regent's Park. It was a Congregationalist church, but it was worshipped by the well-to-do of North London. The Barretts of Wimpole Street worshipped there, and Stratton was a charismatic preacher whose sermons were likened to Turner pictures. So it's kind of wonderful connections here, and it's a fantastic picture, because there are the details of the movement of the plankways, the men's hat and coat left there. But you can see it's almost a landscape in itself. It's Vesuvius across the Bay of Naples, right? Or so it has that kind of monumental aspect to it. 2 pyramidal piles of sand. And resonates with Linnell's great picture of Kensington gravel pits in terms of extraction and construction. This is an amazing picture. It's absolutely granular detail. It's in Tate. And most gravel in London was processed, transported in a traditional way of pick and shovel. And they're sieving the gravel. Most of the labourers were Irish. They were setting up camp, moving from pit to pit, part of the labour mobility in London for road and canal construction. What's interesting about it is that the way that this kind of subject becomes exhibition art. I mean, that's the interesting thing at this particular period. I mean, there'd always been gravel pits, right? And, you know, in forest clearings or whatever. But this is absolutely monumental. And it turns out that I think this is right, and a number of candidates for who owned this pit. But I think it is Edward Orme, the Bond Street engraver, famous for prints, and he made his money in gravel as well as artworks. And Kensington gravel, it was a luxury brand, the very perfection of gravel, they said, transported throughout for the wealthy and exported overseas. So it just shone. And it was exhibited at the British Institution in a prime position beneath, at top of the stairs, beneath the window. And its pendant was a constable of Dedham Vale in the morning. So there's a connection between the harvest of the gravel and the harvest of Dedham Vale on these brilliant spring mornings. So there's a connection with the, if you look close, you can't see it there, but the piles of gravel, they aren't just dumped there. They're not just, it's a way of grading the gravel. You sieve it and then you put it in piles and then it grades by gravity. So it connects with the interest in mineralogy. You couldn't dig a gravel pit in London without tourists and locals jumping in looking for specimens and agates and that kind of thing. And these are by James Sowerby, the great plant illustrator, but he also illustrated fossils and he illustrated gravel. And on the left you can see some London gravel. And it's interesting here, they said these are they weren't valuable, but such productions often became pledges of regard or memorandums of past hours employed in gathering them, and thus are esteemed more than for their intrinsic value. So gems for the undeluded is how Seamus Heaney described gravel in his great poem, The Gravel Walks. But gravel was also a medium that takes the research well beyond the early 19th century. So it's interesting how what gravel has done to me is take me out of the early 19th century, following the stratum, as it were. So it's taken me to Robert Smithson's work in the 60s, Brunella Clough, who actually used gravel as well as sand in her paintings. But mineralogy also projected Britain's overseas financial interests and an imperial extractive economy. These gravel on the right, this is river gravel from Brazil, and the bottom pebble, this is also illustrated by Sowerby, has diamonds in it. And they're from the collection of John Moores, who had a gem shop near the Royal Academy on the Strand. And, sorry, going backwards. And this is Moore's travels in the interior of Brazil. And Moore's was there at the invitation of the government of Portugal, who were wartime allies of Britain, and the court was exiled to Rio, and he produced exactly the same Years Linnell is producing his gravel pit in London. He's this scene of river gravel extraction in the mining region. And the frontispiece shows the stage in the diamond mining, and enslaved men are raking river gravel. And one man, I don't know if you can see on the left, the overseers are on the right, is sticking up his hand. And it's a moment of respite, as the book describes, because if they found a gem, if it was large enough, they could secure new clothes, permission to work on their own account, and if over 17.5 carats, the enslaved men could secure their freedom. And this gemstone weighed just under 17.5 carats. That kind of story of there. But it's interesting is that you don't think about Brazil and British imperial possessions, but it was very important, huge British investment. And during the Napoleonic conquest of Europe, if we can call it occupation of Europe, is that London became the diamond capital of the world through gemstones from here. So when you track gravel, it reveals many histories. And I'll finally finish with, again, a James Sowerby. And this is a wonderful album that's never been studied in Oak Spring. These are Sowerby's original watercolor and pencil drawings for his for English botany, and I've chosen this particular plant, popularly known as mouse ear or scorpion grass, but better known as the water forget-me-not. And what's interesting about this album at Oak Spring, it has the drawings, but it also has the text by James Edward Smith, who was the founding president of the Linnaean Society. And these texts are wonderful. Smith was a Unitarian. And the point about Unitarians is that they had this fantastic interest in the natural world, almost as an animated nature, compared with Anglicans or those of other dispensations. And the entries are wonderful for the topography of plants. He'll give you soil, where in a wall it was found, who it was found, incredibly detailed. And I've chosen this because it grows in gravelly soil.
Thank you. Finola, you want to say anything in response to all of that?
Well, I'm still stunned by that image, of Brazil, the last country in the world to abolish enslavement, and how acceptable it was to have that as a frontispiece. I mean, I'm always very interested in frontispiece because there's a process by which someone decides, well, this is the best image and this represents what I'm trying to do. And I mean, Arthur Young also published a frontispiece of Ireland, which was a very, very traumatically awful cabin. So I'm just wondering about that image. Is there any consciousness in that book that perhaps that wasn't the best frontispiece?
It follows a kind of format of these frontispieces. Part of it is Moore's attitude. I mean, he has a kind of a lot of diamonds go missing. I mean, things aren't as regimented as they seem. That's the first thing. And there's also that old idea is that other imperial powers are more brutal and oppressive than the British, and that kind of conceit that you get with Hakewell, and so there's that. But he is trying to create correspondences between mineral extraction in Derbyshire, and he's making references to the Thames. So it works in a couple of ways. But there's I think the sketch is part of that sense of the arbitrariness of slavery, in other imperial states, right? Is that somehow the sheer chance of finding something
would liberate
you, and I think that's part of the critique, but it's also part of that sense that this system is very ramshackle and not very organized.
Great, thank you. So we are right on time, and we have a good opportunity now, 5 or 10 minutes, for further questions, comments from the audience. Comments, thoughts? Therese.
Hi. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I was very struck by the first Linnell you showed and your description of it being this small 4x5 drawing. Who was it made for? Was that something he would keep for himself? And was it made out of a sense of nostalgia for the loss of the cathedral, or a sense of future growth and development?
We don't know. It's the art. I think it is a private sketch. It is a private sketch. I'm not even sure that I trust that it is what it says it is. I mean, it says Foundations of Stratton's Chapel. Do you know? Can you tell? I mean, we know with other Linnell sketches not to trust them, because he's got one called Fields Where Bedford. This is very, very Paul Mellon. Fields Where Bedford Square now stands, right? And you look at the date, and Bedford Square was built 50 years before, right? So he's an unreliable narrator, Linnell. But I think it's a very positive moment. But I also think it connects, because it's a Congregationalist chapel. It fits with Linnell's nonconformity, but I'm not sure, but there are a whole series of these. But it's absolutely meticulous, and you can see the borderland between the gravel and the London clay. Incredible piece of geology. But there's more to find out, which I hope to do.
Stephen, that Linnell is for a little sort of private sketch. It's very carefully annotated with, it's signed by him, it's dated, and then he says what it is. And that seems to be true of so many Linnell drawings. Do you know anything about his practice of doing that? And was that done did he do that at the time? Was it done in a campaign later after the fact to try to put his sketches in order?
I was going to say, a lot of them he did date later on. And I think it's because he thought they'd be worth something for his family one day. He was right, yeah. And 1811 is also the year he joined the Baptist Church. He had a sort of religious conversion, and he was doing lots of drawings of portraits of Baptist ministers around the same time. But there's also a lovely drawing in the Ashmolean, which is the corner of the reservoir. I was trying to remember the title, but that's got sort of heaps of earth in it as well.
Yeah, there are a number around Paddington. There's one called, which has been catalogued as Coalbrookdale, weirdly, in the British Art Centre, but is clearly this whole area between Kensington and Paddington, which is undergoing this enormous sort of volcanic upheaval, and he's. I mean, there are a few other artists who document it, but no one is as clear-eyed as Linnell. about the processes, and the ability, as you can see there, to create, a quite striking composition out of a lunch break. It's a lunch break. They've tipped up the barrow, and that it's that thing which a lot of British artists do is manage to connect the epic and the everyday in one picture.
Great. Let's go. There's another question right there.
One thing to say, and then just in terms of a piece maybe needing to be recatalogued, please let us know. There's so many pieces in our collection, and I think one of the things that we are thinking a lot about is which landscapes we're looking at and if things have been named correctly. So this goes to everyone who's here who I know is using our collections and using the Oak Spring collections. We always want to know more about them, so reach out.
Yeah, I'm a fan of misnaming. I really hope that if you do, you preserve the original mistake, because it's just telling you a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Our online collection does keep the old names, so
let's
it's
keep moving.
to see.
Sure. I apologize if this was covered in an earlier session. I was teaching, I have teaching requirements as a PhD, so this is the only one I could attend. But if it's not, maybe we can discuss. So early landscape paintings, like the idea of landscape, is attached to the seaside view, and also this new mobility, right, in the age of sail, of ships moving across ocean spaces, and this ease of empire that expands across oceans. And then we have a turning point, right, to the representation of sediment and the below ground spaces that we see in Linnell, this process of urban accumulation of sediment, of capital. And so if we were to try to periodize the self-awareness in imaging Earth in and between the Age of Revolutions, is there a certain decade where the below ground kind of self-awareness of movement, of labor, of capital to that space emerges? And I apologize if this is a silly question. There are books about this, but I think it's a fascinating one, just because early Americanists, that's one of my fields, are trying to periodize the Industrial Revolution as an event that comes before the American Revolution in energy history, and in the history of kind of also how people attempt to articulate human rights, relationship with land. So this is kind of a big question, but coming back to the idea of, can we periodize the below ground, the space of representation and kind of self-awareness in painters' minds?
I was just thinking that would be an excellent question for you, Todd. Well, I when you started speaking, I've just come back from the Rijksmuseum, so I was actually trying to fit everything that you were saying into the Dutch, the Dutch periodization of their landscapes, and how the sea views start to be replaced by the inner kind of tree castle view. So, I think periodization within landscape groups is quite distinct to certain countries, and we still have to work transnationally in terms of trying to fit those maybe incorrect framing devices that work within a nation but don't work once you go outside the nation. I don't know if that answers your question, but it always strikes me that we have very different kind of both canons and ways of ordering them depending on our actual nationality.
You want to comment on that, Stephen, briefly? You've got 2 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you all I just want to thank everyone for coming, and just, I've learned a lot, and I've been rewriting my bit of the keynote, throughout the conference in response to what's been going on. It strikes me that that we all talk about a moment of vivacious landscape study, at the end of the 20th century, but it strikes me that there's just a lot of energy in taking it in new directions. And next year, with the bicentenary, as Constable and Turner, is going to be a real opportunity to consider many of the issues we talked about today, not just through them, because but through through artists of those time that time again. So it's a good time to be doing landscape.
Right. And a final comment from you?
Well, yeah, no, just all the wonderful papers and how relevant so many of the themes we're discussing are to the wider, obviously, currents and discussions around climate change or around, energy issues. And so, I mean, I think it's increasing in relevance. And if we can use the sources and find the sources, and both Oak Spring and the Yale Center for British Art and all these kind of excavating the sources, I think is also the way to make it more relevant. It's to find the stories that speak to these issues as well.
Yeah, just finally, is about cross-disciplinarity or interdisciplinarity. I think it's really important. It's really hard, right? I mean, it's not the greatest way to get a job these days is to say that you're interdisciplinary. But one of the great things about the period I started to become interested in it is that landscape was like an open field, right? It welcomed people from many disciplines, literature, geography, archaeology, that kind of thing. And over time, what tends to happen is that disciplines end up redefining interdisciplinarity in their own disciplinary terms, right? And I think I'd like to see more cross-disciplinarity, is that people being welcomed from very different disciplines, because I thought that was a great strength of the Mellons Center in its early days, was just how hospitable it was to people like me, and I just hope that we keep that tradition up.
Yeah, well, just a final comment from me, Stephen and Finola. Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion, and thank you all for staying here on a Friday afternoon. It's been wonderful for me as an outsider to hear about the constant decoding, unpacking of these works of art. But I think the one thing that I would say is that these landscape transformations that we've been talking about are still ongoing. And just speaking about Northern Virginia, which was really the Mellons' home landscape, you might be interested to know that it is the greatest concentration of data centers in the world, and they are springing up like weeds with massive consequences for the landscape, not only in terms of their sheer volume, but also in the other resources that they will inevitably co-opt in terms of energy, supply, water, and so on. So as we look to the past, I hope we also won't forget what's happening in the present and take the opportunity to think about how those processes should be documented. And with that, I'll finish and ask Christina Ferrando, Head of Academic Affairs here at the YCBA, to make a few comments.
I'm going to keep this very brief, mostly with a thank you to everyone for what has been a day and a half of really amazing papers and wonderful conversations that I think are going to continue well after today. So thank you to our partners at Oak Spring Garden Foundation, to the YCBA staff that made this possible, to all of our speakers, and to everyone who attended both in person and online. And we invite you to come visit us in person when we reopen on March 29th, 2025, to come see some of the landscapes that we talked about today, and many others that are in our collection. We look forward to welcoming you in the spring. Thank you.